relationship is coming your way. So definitely get out there and make sure you're enjoying your life, because that has a lot to do with it. Now, for those of you who are in love with love, well, unless you're open to actually receiving love, I feel like this week you can expect to find yourself still trying to maneuver around your fears and working through maybe some insecurities. I feel like maybe they will come to the forefront where you realize all of a sudden, oh my God, I'm not going out and meeting new people or doing things because I'm too worried about, what people will think about my arms, or, just something like that. I feel like you're going to realize what it is that is keeping you limited and keeping you stuck at home, instead of actually getting out there and shaking it up and having fun and just meeting all sorts of new people and eventually finding the love that you're wanting. Let's see, finances. This week, I feel some of you will be evaluating your finances and realize that you're rich in other ways besides just money. I feel like you'll realize, you know what, I'm abundant in my health, in my family, and I just feel like you'll be in a space of appreciation and will really kind of, again, have a realization that there's more to life than just material things. Now, for some of you, I feel like money matters will be improving. You're shifting into, some of you are shifting into a new financial cycle that will continue to grow. So work hard, you will be rewarded, and sharing is key too. Now, sharing doesn't mean you give your last penny or all of the clothes off of your back. Sharing means that you're able to, if you got an extra couple bucks and you can help somebody out, then help them out, because when you give, you receive. So just kind of remember that, and make sure when you do decide to share or give, that you're giving from a space of love and not because you're expecting to receive something in return. It won't work in your favor. This week, some of you, I feel like, are actually going to go out and seek financial advice from a professional to help you plan for your future, to help you, whether you're planning for the future, to just you save up money for something or for a house or for retirement. I do feel like some of you may be just looking to help create a budget and manage your money better. And then there's those of you that I feel like are really going to seek out investments, whether it's investments in properties or investments in, stock market or bonds or something. I feel like that will be happening for some of you. Um, for all of you, this is not the week to gamble with your money. So, I feel like the energy just doesn't feel good for it. I feel like if you gamble, most likely it's not going to pay off. And even something as simple as scratch offs. Don't waste your money. Let's see what next week looks like. And it's definitely not the week to take chances on doing anything unusual, like investing in unusual bonds and stocks and that sort of market thing. So just pay attention, and what's another week to make investments. So be smart about it. Let's see, health. I feel some of you will be switching up your typical health routine this week, especially those of you that are rigid, those of you that are like stuck in this routine where you're completely inflexible, like you do the same routine every morning when it comes to your health, or you're doing the same exercising, or like you have to go to the gym, or whatever. So those of you that are rigid in your approach, I feel like there will be some switching it up. Like you're going to be open to trying a different way or incorporating something new. And if you don't, I feel like that's going to be forced upon you. So I feel like if you're not open to switching things up, you might find yourself with a cold or something, or a hurt back, and you'll be on the couch, which will totally shake up your routine. Let's see. Oh, some of you that have had health challenges for a while, I feel like you guys might actually go out and try something esoteric. So I feel like maybe you're going to try some sort of, healing massage or acupuncture or energy work, or maybe just even go get another second opinion. So again, like if you've been feeling off for a while, again, if it's something serious, go to the doctor. But if you just feel like you've had a kink in your neck, and go get a massage, work that out. Um, some of you will be actually very conscious of your diet all of a sudden, I feel. So I feel like some of you will be cutting back on processed foods and start a healthier diet. Others, I feel, are going to decide they're cutting back on substances. So to me, that feels like some of you might decide you're going to quit smoking or cut back on smoking. Some of you might decide you're going to not do drugs. Some of you might decide to cut back on alcohol. Um, so, again, there's a switch up in what you're doing. And then there's those of you that will be just feeling full of vitality and hope and optimism about the future. And I do feel all of you will become more aware of your thoughts and whether they're positive or negative. So if you catch yourself thinking negatively, just stop, catch your breath, and try to replace the negative thoughts with some positive thoughts. I feel like, again, this week is a lot about awareness. Spirituality, a group of you will be feeling very peaceful and happy. Your self-esteem will be higher than normal, and some of you will actually mentor or share some spiritual insights that you've learned with others this week. Some of you will be the ones that are actually reaching out for spiritual insight to figure out where to begin on actually benefiting from self-realization and self-actualization through meditation and things like that. So that wraps up this week's predictions. I hope everyone has a great week ahead. I hope with a little forewarning, you can navigate the week a little better and be patient with yourself and others. And if anything comes up for you, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. As usual, I have gone over. I only have 5 minutes left, so I'm not going to do the moment of Zen. And for a crossed over loved one, um, I'm getting the name Bob. I'm not certain if Bob is the person, Bob is trying to reach out to someone, or he's trying to reach out to Bob, but this is a male, and he is, I would say, medium height. He's round. He kind of reminds me of maybe, uh, I would say like solid. He's a solid individual. He has a balding on top or short around, just hair around the sides. And it's weird. He kind of reminds me of Danny DeVito, but taller and a little larger. But he feels like he really was into pasta for sure, and spaghetti. And his message is that he's been leaving signs. He's been leaving signs in your home. And I feel like he's just been in all the rooms in the house. And so if you've been having weird experiences in your house, like, I feel like he's saying he's been doing a little bit of everything, like hiding stuff, lights flickering, maybe weird noises. I feel like he's been touching people at night while they're sleeping. Or even sometimes like maybe like a feeling of a cold spot. And I even feel like he's had the TV maybe pop up, and he's just trying to let you know he's around and he's not going anywhere. And he's also saying sorry. I'm not sure what he's apologizing for. He's not really getting into detail, but he is apologizing. And he says, I never really said I love you, but I love you. And that's the extent of his message. So I hope that makes sense to someone. Um, I really do. And if it does, it would be awesome if you let me know. Uh, just to validate it a little bit, that would be fantastic. So I only have 2 minutes left. So I feel like we should do a moment of Zen really quickly so that we can open up ourselves with our guides to help us basically prepare for the week ahead, and that we can just really have them help us navigate for our highest good. So let's begin by closing your eyes, open your palms, tell yourself you're open to receive, take a deep breath in, and then exhale, and then just breathe normally, and I'm going to send some energy, and your guides and angels will as well. All right, you can go ahead and open your eyes. That's all the time we have for tonight. I'd like to apologize to the caller that I didn't get to. I'll get better at navigating this time stuff. And, thank you all for tuning in. I look forward to connecting with you next week. If you'd like to book a session with me or contact me for anything, feel free to reach out to me at askRebeccaToday@gmail, or you can call or text 407-374-3133. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Have a great week, everyone. Good night.
We'd do anything for kids. Yet 1 in 6 children in the U.S. struggle with hunger. Help end childhood hunger near you. Learn how at feedingamerica.org.
In your new role, we help you help. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for information on how to provide even better care for the person who once took care of you.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Well, hello everyone. It's Gail Moffat here again, and you can find me, there's lots of ways you can find me, in fact. Firstly, I've got a website which is gailmoffat.com, and that's GailMoffat. So gailmoffat.com. The second is that you can find me on Facebook. There's Gail Moffat, spiritual medium and teacher, and also Gail Moffat. There's another site. So either way, you can find me on Facebook or through my website. And the other thing that I was wanting to tell you is that I am coming to North Carolina, and I'm going to be doing quite a big show. And so I'm hoping that sort of lots of you listeners, if you live locally, are able to come and see me. It's in St. James's. And if you go onto my Facebook page, all the details are there, which will show you the address, how much it's going to be to get in, and all sorts of things like that. It's going to be an amazing, amazing evening, and you're going to be able to see real English mediumship, which is going to be fantastic. Now, let's get on to a more spiritual note. I was thinking today about the concept of a soulmate. And we often talk about the idea of a soulmate. But I think that when we look at the concept of a soulmate, the whole idea of a soul mate it goes further than just one person that can be in our lives. You see, with a soulmate is part of a soul group. In fact, we come to this earth plane within a group, and part of our group is still in the spirit world, and part of our group is here. But that group is important to us because it's what keeps us alive, and there's a thread that runs through all of us. And as I'm talking about this thread, Spirit are actually showing me this silver thread that runs through all of us. So we're all very, very interconnected. And I know that when you see somebody or meet somebody that is connected to you within that soul group, you'll feel really particularly drawn to them for some reason. And this is really important because often we meet people and there's nothing there, nothing that sort of really entices us to be in their lives. And then there are other people that for some reason we just find them irresistible. We have to be near them or connected to them or around them in some way. And this is because they are part of our soul group. And a soul connection is very, very important in our lives. And there will be many reasons why they come into our lives at this particular point in time. It may be that we learn something from them or they give something to us. It may be that they have to be in our lives for a whole lifetime, like family members. Or it may be that they just come in for a moment, or they've come in for a large section of our life. It can be all sorts of things. But the point is that there is a reason that they are around us in our lives. If you think about it, we can't do this on our own, can we? We cannot do this on our own. And the reason why we can't do it, we just can't. We can't do it on our own. We need that help and that support, not only from people within our soul group, but from higher spirit beings that are around us. And these higher spirit beings are our guides. And for some of us, if we're mediumistically inclined, we will sense our guides around us. But those who are not mediumistically inclined, we perhaps won't sense them, but they're there all right. They're there nudging us or suggesting things to us. And I mean, have you ever, any of you perhaps, you may understand this, but some of you may understand where you just get that feeling, that gut feeling that you should do something in some way. And I always think this is spirit sort of nudging us along the way. because there is a path that we have to follow in our lives, and that path is important to us, because if we don't follow that path, then we don't have an opportunity to be um, the best that we possibly can be, because we have to grow within ourselves. And that's what being part of a soul group, having guides around us, is all about. And I know that's quite short and simple explanation, but we do have some wonderful callers that are calling in. And I know that Jasmine in New Zealand is ready. Are you there, Jasmine?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hello, hello, Jasmine.
Hello.
How are you? And whereabouts in New Zealand are you from?
I'm Hamilton.
Hamilton. Okay, is that in which
Hamilton.
island is that in?
In the North Island.
Did you say Hamilton?
Yes.
There's a little bit of delay, isn't there? Um, so how can I help you?
Pardon me?
How can I help you?
How will the court case go with getting my baby back? Will she be home with me this year?
Right. Let's have a look at this. Court cases are, quite sort of difficult to do. Not from a spiritual point of view, but sort of discussing legal stuff is sometimes difficult to do. But I'll look at it as best as I can for you. Now, I know that as I'm connecting to my guide, he's suggesting that this is something that has gone on for some time, and he says it's gone on far too long. In fact, it's he's saying it's almost like it's being how's he saying this? It's like he's not impressed with how things has happened for you. Would you understand why he would feel like that?
Yeah.
You do. Good. And you understand it's gone far too long. Because
Yes.
he's saying to me that you should have had your baby back a long time ago, and it's almost as though the authorities have nitpicked about things. They've got involved with things and sort of almost sort of they've really behaved in a it's sort of like they've held back and they've held back, and it's almost as though here, my guide is also saying to me, you've proved yourself time and time again and they haven't listened to you. Would you understand that?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's saying oh, he's such a sweet man, my guide. He's saying to me, I can assure you that it's only a matter of time before you have your baby back. This is something that has to happen for the progression not only of your child but of you. You have to have your child back with you, and this will happen. Um, I'm being told that now timing is always a little bit difficult, because as I'm sure you probably know, that the spirit world don't have timing. But I
Yeah.
almost want to say within the next 6 to 9 months you will be having your baby back.
Okay.
And I know that, and I want to stress the word within. So there's no, it could be sort of in a month's time or something like that. But I know that you will be having your child back, and because this whole situation is absolutely coming to an end. It's gone on. He keeps on stressing this. It has gone on far too long, far too long, and it's almost like it's an unnecessary behaviour that has taken place. Unnecessary. Um, it's unnecessary that you were separated from your child, and it shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened. He's saying. Is
Thank
that
you.
all making sense?
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you.
Is there any other question you'd like to ask?
The man I have love with my heart, does he love me too, and will he apologise and come back? If so, when?
The problem that you've got with this man is that he tends to put himself first, and uh, and gets caught up in himself and his. I just feel a very sort of selfish man, and I feel that you're very different from him, because I feel that you are someone that would be that gives a lot and gives unconditional love, but he is what's best for him is what I want to say when I link into this situation. I feel very selfish, and I feel also that he's hurt you very, very badly, because not only has he hurt you from pulling away from you, that I feel that he's done things that um, uh, in a way has meant that had you will have I feel that you'll have difficulty in having that trust for other men, and uh, I know that I'm not sure if you're going to have a chance to have him back. What I sense with him is that if you were to have a chance to have him back, I get the sense that it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen in the way that you would want, because I feel that there's something's going to crop up with you and him that's going to show his colours again and show his true colours. And I get the feeling that you're going to reach a point where it's like enough's enough, and you're drawing a line, like drawing. I once somebody told me this expression, draw a line in the sand, which is mean I've had enough. I've had enough, and I just get this feeling that you're going to reach that point, because I think he's somebody that has the potential to mess you around a bit, and will be is not entirely um, has your best interests at heart. It's all about him, and I feel that, and I can see lots of tears as well, because I feel that he's hurt you extremely, um, quite a lot. But I just think that you're the one that's going to be more inclined to turn around and say, uh, uh, I, I can't do this anymore. This, and I just feel that you're going to walk away from him, if anything. Um, how does that feel for you?
Yeah, yeah. That's an eye-opener, yeah.
Um, does
Yeah,
that
thank
sound
you
like
so
his
much.
personality as well?
Pardon me?
Does that sound like his personality as well?
Yes, yes. He just seems very selfish and very self-centered.
Yeah, yeah. And I just feel that you're going to it's going to come to the point where you're going to actually say, um, I'm not interested. I don't want you anymore. enough's enough. But what's really interesting more than anything is you will get your baby back. And my guide is actually saying to me that he will personally assist you over the coming months in the pursuit of getting your child back, and will be guiding you to that process, to helping you do everything that is needed and required to get that your baby back. Um, he's yeah, so he's going to be with you a lot. His name's Arthur, and he's a monk. So if you are able to ever see or sense someone around, that'll be him. So he often does that with people I do readings for, where he's compassionate about their circumstances, and I do sense very much from him. He feels very compassionate towards you about your circumstances, and I know that he's going to be in your life over the next 6 to 9 months, where he will be assisting you in all that's required in order to achieve the end result, of which is be reunited with your child.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. I really appreciate that. Thank
Yes,
you so much.
you're very lucky, because he doesn't do that for everyone. But anyway, you're very lucky, and it's going to be great, because you know this should never have happened. You'll have your baby back. But thank you for calling in. I know that I've got another caller waiting, but good luck with everything. And do find me on Facebook and let me know how things come along for you. All right. Thank you, Jasmine. Right. Okay. Now, I believe we have Deborah in, I don't know how you pronounce that, but it's Pennsylvania.
Titusville.
Deborah, are you there?
Yes, I'm right
Hello.
here.
Can you hear me? Good. I can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. It's exciting, isn't it? I can feel your excitement. So
I am
now
unexcited.
yeah, I can feel it. Now I know that well, first of all, I'm a medium, so I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can look at what's aspects of what something that's going on in your life. Is there a particular way that you'd like me to work?
Yeah. What do you see, like, really relationship-wise for me coming up?
And are you in a relationship now?
No, I've been
So it's
divorced
just
for like quite a few years.
right. Yeah, I know that feeling. um,
I
right.
haven't really
Okay.
been looking, but I'm getting to that point now.
Yeah. Um, I know that feeling as well. Right. Now, the thing
Oh,
that I'm
good.
getting around you is that actually, this has been a really, really important time for you, because I think you've grown beyond all recognition from the time that you split up from your marriage to now. Um, it's almost like you're a different person. It's like I want to go 180 degrees, turn around, and there you are. Because I think
That's correct.
you've come a long way since you split up from your marriage. And I know that
That's
when I
right.
when I look at you, yeah, you've come along. You've had an incredible journey and done really well, is what my guide's saying. He says that he's really impressed with it, I suppose the word I want to say, and it's not to say that you were immature before, but it's your maturity in the way that you've handled things, the things that you've had to deal with along the way, and the difficulties that you've had to come across. Because it hasn't been all plain sailing for you. In fact, it's been quite tough at times, because I feel like I'm juggling many balls in the air, trying to deal with everything that needs to be dealt with. But I know that you've had, it's like this inner strength that's just risen up within you and made you such a strong, sensible, mature, and I don't mean mature as in old, but mature as in wise, woman. And, you know, my guide Arthur just wants to congratulate you on how far you've come since the marriage.
Well,
Now
thank you
he's
so much.
saying to me, he's saying to me that you um, you've been thinking for some time that it would be nice to be in a relationship, and I know that your heart and your mind has been going out to that idea, and that idea has been picked up from the spirit world, and he's just saying to me that uh, it's almost as though now is not the right time, but
Mhm.
he says to me he says to me that you won't be on your own for the rest of your life. That's for sure. It's
Aw.
almost as though you've still got a little bit more time on your own that needs to be done. And I feel that because I feel that there are still some responsibilities around you, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're looking at 2 to 3 years from now, you will start to be um, getting involved in a relationship with somebody and moving forward in a really nice way. Um, and I'm actually, oh gosh, oh, this is nice. Oh, how lovely. I'm just being, my guide has just shown me your hand, your hand, and I'm to put a ring on your hand, so I know that one
Aw.
day you'll be married again too. That you will have marriage, and this is something that's. He's saying that this is going to be a very special relationship that you will move into. And this relationship is it's interesting because right at the beginning of the show, I don't know if you were listening, I was talking about soul connections. This is going to be a
Mhm.
deep soul connection, and this is going to be. He's also saying a long-lasting relationship that will take you into, for the rest of your life, and also marriage. Um, Oh, how nice. That's nice because you've been waiting a long time. You've been on your own a long time. But he's just saying to me that in a way, although you've been on your own, you will look back at this time with great fondness because it's been tough, but very, very rewarding as well because you've grown so
Right.
much and achieved so much. And he's
Yep.
just
It was a time
congratulating
of
you
learning.
in how you've dealt. Pardon?
Hello?
Sorry, I didn't catch. Yeah, what did you just say?
I just said it was a time of learning for me.
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes, yes, I can.
Hello?
It was very. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. It was very
Okay.
much a time
Thank
of
you.
learning, and you. Yeah, he's just congratulating you on that, and I know that.
Mhm.
I think what's amazing is that I can actually see marriage as well, um, for you and a long-term relationship. It's just not yet. But then,
Mhm.
I always think that, uh, what Arthur is saying to me. He's saying, um, sometimes if we have to wait a little while, it's worth waiting for. Would you not agree?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I do. Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's been lovely to talk to you, and I hope that you've enjoyed your reading. And I know that we're Uh, yeah, so he's just bringing my attention back to the ring. It's going to be a nice ring you've got. It's going to it's I feel like it's quite a nice ring. And he's still talking. Sorry, I thought I'd come to the end. Sorry, but he just wants to say about this man that you're going to meet. I feel I'm hearing the word solid, grounded, well financed. It's like hasn't got sort of any of those issues. He can be a little bit serious, but Arthur is saying that doesn't matter because uh, the important thing for you is to have a solid, secure base, and I think you it's an aspect to someone's character that you will actually like.
Yes.
And so yeah, so I think that's it's going to be I think it's going to be a really really good relationship. Have you got daughters?
Do I have daughters? Yes, I have two.
Yes, I'm sensing daughters around you, because I know that they will really like him too, and there's going to be a
good.
good. It will slot in really nicely because I think one of the problems with having another relationship is whether your children accept the person, and I very much think that they will.
They said I have troll teeth.
That my voice sounded like a possessed baby doll.
That no one would ever love someone as stupid as me.
That I was fat, ugly.
Disgusting.
The effect of bullying is potent.
We will no longer be the silent majority.
Now, when you see online bullying, there's something you can do about it.
We're gonna take action with the I.
I am a witness.
I am a witness.
I am a witness.
I am a witness.
I am a witness, and so are you.
I see you mobbing over her. Let's go. Let's mob. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, we mobbing. Come on, girl. Let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl. Hey, let's crawl. Hey, yo, let's crawl.
Hello everyone, welcome to Fiona, Persian Medium. I am Power Show. And you are guys, of course, listening to A1R Psychic Radio Network. So before I take any callers, I would love to talk about past, present, and future. Okay, when we are talking about present, we are talking about now, in a moment that me and you talking, communicating, feeling, and exchanging energies. That means that is going to be the most awesome experience and good feelings around each other. So means that we feel each other, we connect with each other, and actually be asking each other what we're really looking for. That means that we are now in the moment connecting. When we are talking about future, then we're getting anxiety, we feel anxious, we feel that we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't know what's going to be like in between now and 10 years. What if I'm not going to support my son? What if I'm not going to support my parents? What if I die sooner what I thought? What if? God knows how many times we are going to say and telling to us and to our subconscious mind, conscious mind, telling about like what's going to happen. Like if I die tomorrow or 10 years from now, and how and whom is going to taking care of my family, or actually my son or my husband or my mother or my father, whatever it is. So drop it. Future is future. Try to not live in future. If you are living right now in the future, that means that you are, and you're definitely feeling anxious, you have anxiety, and you are going to have more attack in the nearest or actually near future. So drop it right now, push it away, and say goodbye to you. I don't want your future. The only things I want is the now, the present moment. Okay? Now we are looking for actually past. Well, of course, everyone has a past. We got a past. Everyone has. Well, if you feel depressed, if you feel desperate, if you feel that you are not okay, you are not alright in any way, that means that you are still living in your past. Because you are telling yourself a lot of things that is not true. Because you are blaming yourself that is already past and gone. Because you can't ever forgive yourself, because you always feel the guilty feelings, and disconnect yourself with the will begin and the way that you can connect to your spirit, soul, and to yourself. So please don't live in your past. Say goodbye to your past. Don't live in your future, because it's just going to give you anxiety and making you to feel down and uncomfortable and sad all the time. Because we don't have any control about the minute and the second from now, or either way after 2 days or after 2 years. So try to drop it right now. What else you can do is about the now moment that you feel you're sitting and watching TV. You're actually sitting with your husband or your wife and just eating dinner. Enjoy the moment. You have children around you that are telling you, I love you, Dad, I love you, Mom. You have your family around. You are healthy. You have a beautiful job. You have an awesome salary. You have an awesome life. You have a beautiful family. Just say thank you. Just say, I'm so grateful for what I have. And be in the moment, in the present, now. Just now. So drop all your anxiety and depression. Live now in the moment. Be grateful. Be thankful for everything you have. Even those people that says, well, I don't have anything to be grateful. Well, of course you do. Anyone, everyone has something to just say, thank you, and I'm grateful for that. Remember, every day when you wake up, the first word it has to be, thank God, thank energy, thank highest power, whatever. I'm so thankful, grateful for the life that I have. And I will create more and more and more. Because I do believe in myself, and I do believe in the energy of quantum. I do believe in the energy of the law of attractions, and I know I can attract anything and everything to myself. And that's why I'm here. That's why I exist. So back to studio now, and because we are living in now moment, and I hear for sure a very good caller right now, as I can see Piggy. Hello, Piggy. How are you doing? From Ontario, Canada. Hi. How are you doing, Piggy?
Good. How are you, Fiona? Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you too, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Darling, please give me your date of birth and also tell me about your question. I'm ready to open your pentagon and see exactly what you want to know of your moment. Go ahead, please, love. Go ahead.
Thank you. My birthday is January 24, 58. I live with my 83-year-old mother, who is not in the best of health, who is seeing a surgeon tomorrow. And of course, with their health going down, there's family conflict. Everybody seems to be starting to go after everything, and
I understand. I understand that. Okay, but let's bless this beautiful 83 years of health and happiness and anything and everything that she brought to you guys, because 83 is actually so long and so beautiful. So when we are talking about her, and I have to have actually her date of birth. Do you have it?
October 18, 1933.
Okay, hon. And, sorry, babe, I have to. Okay, I got it. Okay, the first things that I see directly in here is not the time to say goodbye. So then you can really feel, yeah, that's the good news. So it's not the time to say goodbye. She's going to be around, and I see that the surgery will be perfectly fine and well done, because it's actually nothing to the left or right of her pentagon is telling me about the red flags or bad news or something that may go around because of her age or anything. No. Now I'm very happy. Really happy. There is absolutely nothing. It's a good news. And the energy that I'm actually pick up of her also around is like very living energy. It's like even maybe she's in pain, maybe actually had some sort of, or kind of like been a little bit disconnected, body, physical, well, couldn't really support the way that it has to, but I feel like she's fine. She's very, very fine, because she has long to go. So you don't need to be concerned. She's a survivor. She's a real survivor. I'm very proud of her. I'm very, very proud of her. So
she is in a great
you should not be worried. I can definitely tell. Everything will go exactly as you guys plan. Absolutely. God bless actually her beautiful soul and her beautiful body and anything, because you know what? 83 is very good. Long to go, and I feel that she is really wants to stand and fight and be there for you guys, because of love, because of the feelings, and because of a lot of connection. I don't think pain or any kind of craziness would or should push her down in anywhere. So she's going to be fine. I'm very happy to deliver this message to you. She's going to be fine.
I have one family member that wants to put her in a nursing home.
Oh, I understand. So, Peggy, my question to you is, after the surgery, well, I do understand also you have family, you need to take care of you and your family as well. Are you feeling guilty to letting other people taking care of your mom?
Yeah, at times I do, but it's a good thing that she's with my sister. It gives her a break, and me as well, because when they're in such pain and they're old, and who did they take it out on?
So then you should not blame yourself. You should not feel guilty, and you should not worry about what she's going to think and feel about you. And I have to congratulate you, and I have to tell that you did a great job, because I see, I feel, and I do really connect with her soul when me and you talking. You are very connected to your mother. You are very connected to her. You are very connected, Peggy. I can see it and I feel it. So the best things you can do is about the decision that you already made. And I wanted you to continue, follow, and let everything happen the way it has to. I don't want you to change. I don't want you to really feel that if I do, maybe my mom is not going to be happy with me anymore, and maybe just forget about everything, okay? Just do what you have to do. Just go for it.
Well, I do try and have a life. I have a relationship as well, too, and sometimes it's a hard fight to get out of here to even live a little bit, but it's hard.
I know it's a very difficult situation that you are guys into and dealing with right now, because I know that you are very connected to her, and I feel that the connection between you guys, it's been very good, it's been very awesome, and but you know what? she's not going to go anywhere. She's just close to you. And actually it's going to be the better care, and someone is going to really watching her, and everything is going to be all right. You know what? Other than that, you are going to be stressed out. Other than that, your family is going to be stressed out. And other than that, you are going to make yourself kind of like uncomfortable about everything. So let go. You know, I don't think that your mom really loving and feeling and wishing to see you stressed out and neck down or kind of tired or having anxiety and just anything, just let it go. You know, she is going to be perfectly fine, with no doubt. So the other things that I see it in your pentagon, actually, when I look at the mom and then look at yours and then trying to basically see what is going on there, Piggy, is about your health. And when we are talking about stress and the feeling of stress, I can see in your pentagon that something is wrong and you blaming too much. Why you are doing it to yourself? It's not about your mom. Let's forget about your mom. Your mom is going to be perfectly fine. Everything around her is going to be good, and the surgery went very well. But let's talking about you. So what makes you to feel that way? Why you have so much anxiety, honey? Why that attack come to you? Why you can't let go of the past? What's wrong with that, honey?
I have panic disorder.
Talk to me.
I have panic disorder, Fiona. And I've come a very long way, and I'm very proud of myself.
Yeah, that's what I actually both pick up psychically and saw it actually in your pentagon. And what is really making you to feel like so bad? Like, what makes you to feel that something is wrong and you need to do something? And what caused you those kind of like a down, negative, maybe dark spout feelings? What make you?
When I got hit with this, it was too many bad hits in a short period of time.
Say it again.
When I got hit with panic disorder and anorexia, it was because there was too many bad hits in a very short period of time.
Did you feel that you always had to telling people and showing people who you are? And when you were younger, did you feel that you always been like living not for yourself but for others, like what others thinking, what others feeling?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And I'm back in the situation again where I'm living for my mother, which is not right, but that's how it is at the time.
Okay. Yeah, you know what makes me to feel a little bit wonder about is about your anxiety attack, which actually I see you may crying more than normal, and that's what I wanted you to stop. Crying a couple times a week, or maybe actually sometimes a month or so. For someone like you that have this anxiety attack, it's good actually. It's just going to free yourself from the negative energies and thoughts. But I wouldn't suggest that you just having it as your habit, because right now it became your habit. It sounds like that you just enjoying. And if something happened or if someone says something, it sounds like that they just gave you some sort of permission to go for it, cry, do it now. And you just make yourself feel like, oh, now I have to, now I need to, because I got this attack. So stop it right away. Because if you continue, my love.
For some time. I've been good for some time.
But I wanted you to stop it right away. And I know it's hard, but you know that here, your brain always, no matter what you've gone through, no matter what pain you had, no matter where you've been and whatever went through, you are going to change and challenge your brain, your subconscious, and make yourself as a person that you always wanted to be. The first things that you should learn after so many times and years and all is about to drop the anxiety and the feelings of what other people thinking and feeling about me. Be yourself. Live for yourself for 1 second. Don't care about what other people thinking about you or judging you. It doesn't matter. You know, you can control over your thought and over your feelings, but you can never ever control anyone else's mind, thoughts, feelings, and anything in regard. So I wanted you to drop it. Leave for yourself.
Oh, I've come a long way with that too, and I'm to the point where if you don't like me as the person I am, don't bother me, because I like myself.
Here we go. There we go. Very easy.
Yep.
Very simple.
That's right.
You know what? I don't, you have to say, well, I don't care if someone really not like me the way or who I am. I don't care if someone is going to be happy with me or not, because you don't need it. The only person that may make you and push you towards to it is yourself.
That's right.
You know, people actually going to forgive and forgot about like what's happened like about like a couple of days ago, a couple of hours ago or whatever. They may talk, blah, 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 blah. Let them do. But they forget that just everything is just going to be fine after a couple of days. I promise you. So from now on, you look at your mirror every single day and you're telling yourself, I am beautiful, I am successful, I am powerful, and I know what I want from my life and myself. And I have control over my life and my own feelings. No one can touch and control my feelings. It's all mine, and it's always going to be. I make a decision, as always. So I wanted you to do it for 1 week. Every single morning when you wake up, you look at the mirror and you look at your eyes. You're just hypnotizing yourself by just look at your eyes and say to yourself that what you wanted to be and are, and hypnotizing for 1 week. Then you see the miracle. Then you see things happening that you never expect that's going to happen. Then you see that how powerful you are going to be, because you have the energy inside and you have to just tap into it. And you would do it just by telling yourself that you can, and you are. So my love, it was so happy to talk to you. I will pray for your mom's surgery tomorrow. Everything is going to be well and all right. You don't need to be concerned about anything, sweetheart. And remember, you are the best of the best. You are powerful and you are a successful woman. And you are unshakable. Unshakable. Inside and out. Just go for it, sweetheart. And I do trust you, and I know, and I'm proud of you already, and I know that you going to call me back and telling me that, Fiona, now I feel different, and now I know exactly what I want of my life, and I know it's never late. It's never late. So do it now, already today, and leave it now for the moment. Forget about tomorrow which your mom had surgery. Now, in the moment that you are talking to me, Fiona, just enjoy it, okay? Enjoy the good news that I'm telling you that your mom is going to be all right. So stop thinking after that. Stop, go and Google and see like what's going to happen, what's going to be the next. Okay, stop it. Just leave it now.
I'm just happy that she's going to be okay. That's all that matters, Fiona.
She's absolutely going to be all right. You will see that.
And that's all I need to know.
I will pray. I will pray for her, and I know that she will absolutely go through this surgery very well, and you are going to be proud, and she's going to make us proud, me, my audience, and also the A1R radio station audience going to absolutely pray for her for tomorrow, her surgery, and God bless her soul and everything. So have a great one, my love, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, back to studio now, and kind of like hot here, so that you guys see that I'm just couldn't like have my hair around me. Sorry. So now I am having another caller, which I see. Let me see the name. Okay, Kendra. Hello, Kendra. How are you doing? From Oklahoma. Hello. Hi, darling. How are you doing? How's it going, sweetheart? How was everything?
It's going good. It's going really good. Things are changing.
Awesome. I love to hear that. Okay. Yes. So, my love, I need to know about your date of birth because I don't have too much time. The only time that I have is about like maybe 5 to 6 minutes with you. So please give me your date of birth and then tell me and shoot your question. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my date of birth is 6/9/86.
Okay, sweetheart. And shoot your question.
Okay, so my question is, my husband and I are embarking on some changes going into getting a business started, and I want to know how we can move in to the next phase of our life happy and successful in our business.
Well, let me first ask you something. Why you feel that maybe you could not or you are not going to? What make you to feel doubtful and stressful or anything in regard to that? Why you are thinking that maybe you are guys not going to?
It's not that we're not going to, it's just that I worry about us taking the right steps to do it. And so he wants to do it right now, and I just want to make sure that we do it in a way that will be successful and get the business going rather than go into it and go backwards.
Okay, so are you ready to hear the good news? And I really mean it. I'm not telling you because to make you happy or actually feel you to feel prosperous. Oh yeah, I'm going to be successful, but you are going to. So let me tell you. The one thing that came directly in the middle of your pentagon which made me to feel very happy is about that the change that you both made a decision for. It's going to be an amazing and awesome change which is going to change everything, every single areas. It's going to touch every single areas of both lives, of your life and actually your husband's life, to the better, positive and awesome way. You guys indeed needed actually to have this kind of the beauty of decision much sooner. But you know what? Never late. So what you are guys doing right now and actually continuing is going to be an awesome, amazing timing together to explore each other's feelings and explore actually that how strongly you guys are going to stand behind each other and make each other successful. And everything is going to be as you ever want and wish for. In terms of money, financial, I would not have any sort of boriness and craziness about it because I can see in the middle of your pentagon, money and prosperity is something that coming and flow after you both, you and your husband. So, whatever you are guys doing right now, sounds like everything you both touch will turn to precious gold. So right now, I wanted you to just close your eyes and remind yourself and listen to my voice when I'm saying, everything you touch will turn to precious gold and bring love, happiness, and prosperity to whatever you guys make a decision in having as what you have today. So remind yourself every day. Money has come to you as easy as possible because I can see that you are guys have and been in this frequency for so long time. But because you guys never believed that it's going to happen, that you are guys never make a decision to go for it. But right now, you are absolutely in the right directions. And I wanted you to continue with no doubt. You got it, baby? So drop your anxiety. Shake it. Let it go. Okay? Closing your eyes and telling to yourself, everything I touch turns to precious gold because I want this way. And because we both sitting in the same desires and same feelings and same connection as we both truly feel and managing. So never ever you both actually going backwards or feeling down or anxiety and uncomfortable. So no uncomfortability, no anxiety, and no nothing is going to come around you because you both going to make it. I do believe in you and I do believe in your husband as I can see it in your pentagon here. How strongly you are guys going to share the good news, happy timing, and how everything is going to be as good as possible. So I wanted you to promise me that you never back off, that you never feel down. I wanted you to promise me to support fully your husband, and I wanted you to not even doubting him for 1 second because he's starting to not doubting himself anymore because of you. You are the best ever motivation and best ever person that happened in his life. That's what I wanted you to go for it. I wanted you to stand behind his back. I wanted you to support him. And never ever let any anxieties and doubt come to you and trying to, pull your spirit and feelings down. Let it go right away with me and never let come back to you. You have to promise me.
Okay, I will.
Just say, I promise and I will.
I promise and I will. I will.
Good, sweetheart. Good news around the mid of July, and that's going to take off anytime after actually the September 10 and September the 17. So July and September is going to be the month for celebration. I have just 60 seconds to say goodbye to my audience. See you tomorrow at 7 Pacific time. Thank you so much, guys, for listening, and I wish I could have much longer time to talk to you, but just 60 seconds. My producer actually telling me that it's done. So have a great one. God bless you all, and remember again, you are living now, not in the future, not in your past, just now. Have a great one, and God bless A1R Psychic Radio. Bye-bye, guys.
Start a story. Adopt at theshelterpetproject.org.
A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV. You're here this week with Amanda Hall, Psychic from the Gold Coast in Australia. For those of you that aren't familiar with this part of the world, we're a little bit like California in the US of A. Beach, sun, bikinis, fun, cocktails and all that sort of stuff. But this week it's actually raining, cold, miserable because we're in the middle of winter. So we'll just sort of go back with the latter and we'll think of, nice beach weather and everybody out having some fun. So it's been a very interesting week this week. I thought we'd start with the card of the week. So for those of you that have been tuning in over the last 11 weeks of the show that I've been bringing to you here each week, we always start with the card of the week from the Simply Tarot deck, a deck of cards that I created about 12 years ago now. So this week's card is the Moon. Now it's very, very interesting because the Moon card is the card of deception or delays, emotions up or down, maybe deceiving yourself emotionally or others. So it's a card that asks us to really delve inside to ourselves and ask ourselves those very pertinent questions. Is there anything that I'm deceiving myself about? Is there something in my life that I may be not looking at squarely? Or is there something that I'm portraying to other people that isn't exactly quite truthful? Whether it's for good or bad reasons, whether we think we're protecting them or not, maybe this is the time now to be truthful with everybody that's around us. So I felt that was a very interesting card to draw on the back of us having the full moon in Sagittarius over the weekend. So it's almost like a little bit of an extension of the full moon. So we're going to continue on with our little mini astrology lessons that we've been conducting here on the show, and we're actually up to the planet of communication. We're up to Mercury. Now Mercury is one of my favourite planets because Mercury gets a lot of press during the year. When Mercury goes retrograde and starts to play havoc havoc with everything. Everybody says, oh dear, here goes Mercury retrograde, and we blame everything on that. But Mercury is actually a very important planet in our astrological chart because it shows us how we communicate with the world. And as you may know if you've been following this segment, your sun sign does not represent the other 9 planets sitting in the same energy. So, for example, if you're a sun sign of Aries, you may have other planets sitting in other energies. So not just because you're an Aries does everything sit in Aries. So my suggestion is look it up on the internet, check out with an astrologer where your planets are, or you can always email me on the show or go to my Facebook page and we can organise an NE chart for you. So this week we're working with the planet of communication, Mercury. Now Mercury shows us not only how we communicate, but it also shows us our rational thinking, our intellect, how we sort of resolve intellectual problems or things that come into our thought patterns. So it's a very, very important planet to understand where Mercury sits in your chart and how it performs and how it makes you think. So for those people that are blessed, and I say blessed, to have it in the following 3 signs that we're going to work with this week. So Mercury in Aries means the fact that you are quick thinking, you can have ideas come and go very, very quickly. You like to motivate other people with your thought-provoking statements. You like to sort of come up with those light bulb moments that gives everybody, aha, that's where I need to be going, that's how I need to be looking at it, and then you disappear on to the next subject because you believe it's your responsibility is to just come up with the great ideas. You don't necessarily need to be there to execute them or move them along. So people that have Mercury in Aries quite often find they need to be in a fairly challenging job. They need to be in something where they've got to come up with quick answers, quick, decisive, let's get to it, no emotion in it. It's just, that's it. This is what's come into my mind. It's going to work, bang, on to the next thing. So it's quite an interesting placement for Mercury because Mercury does sort of feel comfortable there, but then times there it feels quite irritated too because people want you to give an explanation, and Mercury and Aries holding hands don't necessarily want to give you an explanation. We move on to the next sign, which is Mercury in Taurus. And anything we know that's got to do with the Taurian energy really drastically slows things down. So Mercury in Taurus is no different. Mercury here says, okay, let's think. Let's slow it right down. Let's look at the facts. Let's sort of analyse what's going on. Let's look at it, put it on paper, write it down, put it on the whiteboard. We need to see this in a visual way so that we can sort of ponder on this, give it a bit of thought. But it also gives us clarity here because by slowing everything down, maybe then we get more answers in the way that we need to approach something on a communication level. You quite often find people with Mercury in Taurus have lovely speaking voices, and they quite often have beautiful speaking and singing voices as well. So it's really, really interesting when you work with someone that has Mercury in Taurus. You quite often say, I could listen to them recite anything. Their beautiful voice is just so amazing. So it's a nice placement to have, Mercury in Taurus. If you're lucky enough to have that, you probably have a beautiful singing voice hidden there somewhere. So for those that have Mercury in Gemini, well, what can I say? Mercury's at home in Gemini. It's the planet that rules Gemini. So it's the one where Mercury loves to be the most. He's just right at home here. It's sort of quick, fast, logical, practical, indecisive, happy, everything all rolled into one. So anybody that has Mercury in Gemini, you quite often find that they go into a communications industry. A lot of people in the media particularly have Mercury in Gemini because they have that ability to think quickly, to rationalise information almost at the speed of lightning. It's almost like a computer brain that they have. They can quite often have photographic memories, but it's only when something really interests them. It's in, it's out, it's here, it's gone. They don't necessarily always retain that information unless it means something to them or is important to them. So please don't be too hard on our fellow Geminis that have Mercury in Gemini because they process so much information. It's like the speed of lightning, that things come, things go, and they can't retain it all, otherwise their brains would explode. But they do make great journalists. They do come up with some very thought-provoking questions and ideas and give us different ways of looking at things and sort of innovation. And I think we all need that, and particularly in today's world where we're surrounded by so much communication in all the forms of social media. Sometimes we get a little bit overwhelmed in how that we should process all this stuff. You know, once upon a time, not that long ago, we used to send a letter by the snail mail. Now, if it's not there instantly, there's something wrong. So look at how life has changed in the last 20 or 30 years, and just makes you realise how quickly communication can change. So for the final little part before we take some calls here, I always like to try and bring in something that might be happening around this amazing universe of ours on an astrological front. Last week we spoke about the full moon in Sagittarius. This week I'd like to change the pace a little bit and talk about one of my other favourite planets that's just gone direct. Now, Jupiter has been retrograde now for a number of months this year and has just gone direct on the 10th of this month. So what this means in layman's terms, if you've been feeling a little bit stuck, if you've been trying to get new ideas off the ground, if you've been trying to reinvent yourself or reorganise your life or wanting to step out and do something new and you felt like you've had two concrete boots on, well, you probably have with Mercury going retrograde. Well, the good news is, I beg your pardon, I keep saying Mercury, it's Jupiter. With Jupiter going retrograde, Jupiter has now just gone direct on the 10th of June, and it's in Libra, so it's in an energy where Jupiter does feel reasonably okay, because the Librian energy is about balance, is about finding the truth, is about the nicer times of life, you know, bringing the prettier side of things in. It wants everything to be happy, joy, you know, we want everything to be beautiful and perfect as much as possible. So Jupiter feels right at home there, because it's asking you to try and bring some perfection into your life. And it's also asking you, what is it that maybe you need to let go of? What is it that you're trying to bring into your life to improve it? And I think it's interesting now that Jupiter's gone direct, fingers crossed, that we may just see a little bit of a breather here with this terrorism that's been going on around the world, that maybe we might have just diffused a little bit of that. We can only hope, so that people can start to sort of try and put their lives back together and see some positive things. Let's try and move the second half of this year along in a very positive, dynamic way, and looking at just maybe doing one tiny little thing for ourselves, something that we can all manage. That's your homework for the week. Try and think of something that you can do, one small step you can take that will improve your life, that will bring you some joy. And if we all did that around this amazing globe of ours, imagine the positive energy that we would all start to amass. Because one person doing something positive and then the next person doing something positive, and on it goes, we change the energy around the globe. And I think that's what we need to be doing at the moment, is we need to try and find a positive way of all of us taking a little bit of responsibility for ourselves and our own lives, and collectively the energy will shift. And I think that's a really nice way of looking at it. So in, you know, the jigsaw of you, of how you're made up, that's what we've been doing as we work through these planets, and we work through a little bit of what's happening in the universe every week. So we're going to now start to take our first caller for the show. We've got Lisa in Denver City. So Lisa, are you there? Texas? Lisa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I help you? How can we help you tonight, sweetie? Do you have a particular question you'd like me to answer, Lisa?
I was just really looking for some general insight. I am also a light worker, and I do some psychic medium work, and I'm just looking at maybe some guidance or some insight maybe of what you're getting drawn to tell me of where I can take my business a step further, or what I can do, just some general guidance.
Okay. Lisa, do you mind sharing with me your date of birth, please, sweetie? Just the day and the month will be fine.
May 4th.
Okay, so you're Taurus, Lisa. Okay, so because the first thing I was getting psychic was that you were at a crossroads. It's like a number of things have come to a close or are coming to a conclusion, and it's like, it's what next? The question marks are there. Where do I go from here? It's not that I necessarily want to walk away from things. You feel it's now a time of expansion, a time of growth. Now, it's interesting because I do feel it is a time of growth. But I think also what you need to ask yourself is, what is it that you want to achieve from this work? It's all well and fine saying, yes, I'm a light worker, I'm in spiritual work and all these sort of things. And yes, you know, we all need an income to survive on. That's part of what makes the world go round. But I always wonder what it is that drives you to do this sort of work. I know for me personally, it's never been about finances. It's never been about money. It's always been about trying to help someone else to make their life better. And this is where I think you've been a little bit stuck. It's sort of like you've been wrestling with yourself at why you're doing this work. The first thing that they're showing me is I think you need to review your pricing structure. I actually think that you're undervaluing yourself, and I think this is part of where the questioning is coming in. It's like, oh, how do I price my time? How do I price my knowledge? And that's always a difficult one, because so many people sort of believe that we should give this away freely. I don't agree with that. There has to be a transfer of energy, whether that's money or loaves of bread or a sheep or a cow or whatever. There has to be a transfer of energy of some sort of thing. In this day and age, it's currency. That's the transfer that has to happen. So I think you need to sit down and look at your pricing structure. I think there needs to be, you need to treat this like a business, and I think that's part of the problem. You've never actually put your work into the third person. We need to put it into, this is the third person, this is the business. Now, if you were a business and you were selling shoes, once a year you would reevaluate your pricing structure, your costs, how much money it's costing you to have the store open, how much it costs you to produce shoes, how much it costs you to sell them, and how much profit you're making. So I want to see you put your business into that way, and look at sort of, you know, set a date on the calendar. The first of August 1 every year is when I look at how I'm going business-wise. Am I happy with the pricing structure that I've got? Is it time to have a little price increase? And I think if you can put it in that way, I think you'll start to feel that you're more in control of this, which is good, which is what needs to happen. Have you just taken up the study of another tool to put in the toolkit, Lisa?
Have I done what? What did you say with the tool?
Have you taken up some study in another area like astrology or numerology or something like that?
Oh, no, right now I'm just, I'm working as a certified psychic medium, and that's what I do. I have my own business I've opened. It's called Magnet Motivation, me and my husband. I was in a car wreck in 2014, and that left me paralyzed. So after this car wreck, my abilities have just been really heightened, and I went full force with it, and I've been doing it full time every day. And like I said, I'm a mother and I'm a wife, and so I'm just really trying to balance everything right now. But it's sometimes I have the I almost want to doubt myself, and I'm scared that I'm going to just wake up one morning and it's not going to be the same, you know. But it's that fear, it's that irrational fear that always is trying to creep in, and so I'm constantly working on staying balanced and staying motivating and inspiring for people, because that is why I do this. I do this for people, and I mean, I wish we could do it all free, but my time is money, and you know, my abilities, I give my all to people when I look at them. So
oh yeah, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it for money. What I'm suggesting, Lisa, is we've got to put it into the third person, as if the business entity is separate from you and your husband and separate from family life, so that if you do that, it then becomes less scary. Look, the day you stop having fears about losing your gift, that's the day that I think you're in serious trouble. Let me share that with you, Lisa. I've been in this sort of work over 40 years, and I can tell you I still wake up most days and think, oh my heavens, I hope I've still got my gift. And I think if you lose that, I think you lose your objectivity, I think you lose the ability to stay grounded. So don't be frightened of that. But can I sort of suggest, I mean, as we go through life and as we go through our psychic development, there's always always something else that we can learn. Even though, as I said, I've been in this industry a hell of a long time, I personally went back earlier this year and started doing a course with somebody that's very world renowned, not because I thought that I was going to necessarily learn anything. It was something I did for my soul. So, you know, sometimes we've got to do things like that that are just purely for us, that feed our soul as a psychic, as a medium, as, you know, a light worker, that we sometimes need to do things for ourselves. I think what you need to do, what they're showing me, is there needs to be more structure. There needs to be, and this is really hard to do when you need income, is to set regular hours, that these are the only hours that I work. I've got work hours, I've got family hours, I've got, you know, homework hours, I've got time with my children, and stick to that. When somebody rings up and says I want an appointment and it's outside of those hours, that can be really daunting, because you know you need the money.
You're pretty spot on about that, because right now that's where I'm struggling. I'm struggling how to balance my time, where I can still have, you know, my time and my family time, and I have a hard time turning people away. You know, I'm just struggling with that right now.
I think we all struggle with that, Lisa, and that's something I can't give you a magic answer to that. All I can say to you is, if you look at it like a business, and this is how I overcame it, I went and did a business course and I put the psychic stuff into the business category, that this is business. Business hours are between this hour and this hour, no exceptions. And then that way, by you being more confident when you speak to people, and you don't say to them, well, when would you like your appointment? You say to them, my next available appointment is Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. And they say, oh, I can't do that, I work. And then you say to them, well, my next available appointment is. And it's whatever you might want to work outside of business hours, is when you give them that opportunity. So that's how you sort of, you've got to keep working at it, sweetheart. It doesn't just, you wake up one day and everything falls into place. It's a constant battle and a constant struggle between trying to manage your time and have downtime with your family, which is equally as important, if not so more important. So I think you're certainly on the right path, but they were showing me some other study or some other tool that you were going to start to study later this year as well.
My husband is actually getting into the astrology, so we're trying to get in that together and kind of build our business and do kind of where we can offer more services, you know, and just better ourselves all around. I was going to ask you, do you have are you getting anything, or do you have any feelings regarding my marriage or my family or anything?
Look, I think as far as your marriage and family life is concerned, I think, you know, things there are pretty stable, even though you sort of worry about things all the time. You know, there's always going to be ups and downs in family life, but basically on the whole, I think the two of you are twin souls. You're meant to be together. You know, you've got a great little family, so just keep going. Just take each day as it comes, Lisa. Don't try and fix the whole world's problems in one night. You know, take it one step at a time. But if you go to my Facebook page later, if you go to my Facebook page tomorrow, I'll put up there some suggestions of some astrology books that may help you and your husband with your studies.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, sweetheart. Lovely to talk with you, and I wish you every success. I know you and your husband are going to do very well. You keep up the good work.
Thank you, and I wish you well too, and I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you, Lisa. We're going to go to Brenda in Toronto, Ontario. Jenna, are you there, Brenda?
Here. Hi.
Hello. Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
How can I help you?
Hi there. I'm just wanted to get a reading. I've been having, you know, a difficult past few months, and I just wanted to see if, you know, what direction I should go in, or, you know, what could be, you know, in my future, or what direction I should take.
Okay. All right. The last couple of months, I think what you've been doing, what's been happening is you've been going through what I term as a lot of psychic and emotional changes. So even though you've been feeling very, very restless and at times sort of really quite emotional, you know, sometimes you're on a real great high and then the next couple of hours you can be feeling really quite low. Don't be too hard on yourself, because this just means that you're tuning into things a lot more than what you used to do. So this is a good thing. This is not a bad thing. And this always happens just prior to a major emotional shift in our lives, or us moving into some very different areas of our life. So as we start to open ourselves up on a psychic sort of level or on an intuition level, we start to be more aware of our emotions, of how we feel, becoming super sensitive to things. Some people say, oh, noises are starting to annoy me. Some people say I can't stand light. Other people say I'm having food allergies, or things that, you know, never bothered me once upon a time are now bothering me. And these are all part of the changes that are happening. What they are showing me is from August this year, I do feel that it's going to take a very different direction to where it is now. Have you been contemplating changing your day job?
Yes.
They're showing me a new job, but it's not coming before about August. And they're showing me it's still in the same type of work, but it's got a different energy about it. It's sort of like, it's still familiar type of work, but it's like the company themselves might handle their business a different way, so it's going to give a new sort of feel to you. It's giving you excitement. I'm going to say it's going to be a fairly reasonable sized company that you'll be going to work for. It won't be super small, but it's not a big multinational either. It's sort of like a medium sized company. We have the opportunity, I feel, to grow within the company itself. There's opportunities there for advancement. They particularly don't sort of stand in the way of women getting ahead in the business. They are very equal in that way. They don't care whether you're male or female. If you work hard, the opportunities will be there for you. I also feel that there's going to be some changes to where you're living. I'm not saying necessarily a move of residence, but I'm saying you're going to be changing things around or moving the furniture around or something like that. That's also part of the changes that are happening. Has there been some changes in your personal relationship with your, you know, matters of the heart? Has there been some difficult patches there with your partner?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I'm not necessarily seeing an end to the relationship, but what I am seeing is we've still got some tricky patches here to manoeuvre, and the most important thing I can say to you is stand your ground and be open and honest. You don't have to turn around and change your mind or back down on what is important to you just because your partner doesn't understand, can't understand, or doesn't want it to be that way. If they're really the right person for you, then they will work at trying to find a solution with you. And by the same token, I'm not asking the other person to back down on what they believe is important either. It's a time of negotiation for the two of you, and I believe we can take this relationship into a much, much deeper level once we overcome these issues that have been coming up. It's because you're growing at a fast rate of knots and the other person hasn't been matching you for step. That's the major problem here. So they've either got to allow you to continue to grow and be happy to sit on the sidelines and just support you, or step up to the plate and grow with you. It's their choice. You know, we don't always have to grow at the same rate. We just have to be accepting of our partner's changes. You know, we don't all stay the same. Life would be boring. We'd all be back at babyhood still sitting in diapers. So that's not where we want to be, you know. That's what life is about. It's about evolving, growing, changing, moving forward. I think the remainder of this year will see some surprise, but surprises in a positive way, not necessarily in a negative way. So just stand your ground, take day by day. Don't be in a hurry to try and sort everything out in one go. Just take it one step at a time. And I know that you will find that when you look back on 2017, it's going to be one of the most major, exciting years of your life where a lot of change has happened. So I wish you well on your journey. I know that you will have some amazing stories to tell at the end of the year, and have a great week. So unfortunately we've come to the end of another show. So next week on the show we'll be obviously doing the Simply Tarot card of the week. We'll be continuing on with our series of Mercury. Mercury will be moving into Cancer, Leo and Virgo next week, and we'll also have a little glimpse at what's happening in the universe around for you. So enjoy your week, be kind to each other, and I look forward to working with you all again next Wednesday. Have a great night.
40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now, on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello everybody, this is Indigo Grace. This is my very, very first hosting of my own show. I cannot believe it, how things have changed in my world over the last, let's say, 20 years at least. So I'm bringing you today Heart and Soul Guidance, channeled through Spirit. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Spirit and the soul. And the reason that I've called this Heart and Soul Guidance is because they're the places where we get to make all of our decisions, and it's where we get to know things really deeply. That gut feeling, our intuition, our sixth sense. We've all got a little bit of psychic in us. It's just how much have we developed that? Is that what we're meant to be doing in this lifetime? Apparently so for me. I didn't realise I was psychic. I've been psychic my whole life. And in the early years, it was actually really hard work. It was hard going, being a super, super sensitive person, being an empath, not knowing that everyone else couldn't do, well, most people weren't able to do what I was able to do, particularly in my family. So being the age I am now, not telling me that on the first day, I'm really, really glad to know that there wasn't something wrong with me. I'm actually psychic. And what a fantastic gift this is for me, for my family, for my friends, for my clients, for everybody. So I'm looking forward to connecting with you all for hopefully a very long time going forward from today. And for me, I'm in Australia, if you hadn't recognised the accent. It's the 2nd of June, so it's new beginnings, 1st of June for you there in the US. And I'm really excited about this. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. I'm just going by the vibes that are coming through. So the reason I started tuning into Spirit is that I just had a knowing and that there was more, and I would become sort of entranced really when I'd connect into Spirit, and I would know things that wasn't possible by anyone else. And so the more that I did that, the more I was able to receive the knowing. So I hear messages, I see things in my mind's eye, in my chakra here, which is actually the colour of indigo, and I just know things. I can pick things up just by talking to someone if I choose to tune in. And there's certain times and places that I do that, and this is the time to do it. So Spirit, some people refer to Spirit as God, our higher selves, the universe. There's all sorts of words. The divine. I tend to use the word Spirit. And it really is the energy that is within every single living thing. For me, that is what is Spirit or is God. And so for me, it's a mix of science and faith. The messages that come through when I tune in, sometimes I feel them in my physical body and I can have a physical reaction. But what happens is I start to download lots and lots of information about a person, about their reason for being here on this planet, in this lifetime. Everything that I've come to know for myself is what I share with you. It's not coming from books that I've read. It's not coming from things that people have told me and I'm just believing it because I think I should. It's all because I've discovered this stuff for myself. I had some healthy skepticism for myself at the beginning, and it's all coming together. It's all making sense. And a lot of the things that I've been privy to hear about actually are true. So together, you, me, and listeners are going to go on a beautiful journey of discovering, connecting to spirit, connecting to yourself and the soul within you. And it's our soul that's our life force. And this is the thing that I am actually still trying to figure out what we're here for. I get why I'm here for this lifetime, but are we here to raise the vibration of the universe? And if so, what's the end result? Or what's that going to be? So having faith in following the guidance, following the signs, so that we can discover what it's all about. It's an exciting journey. And you're here with me today on this. So I believe we have a first caller. Are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Hello, Marianne, is it?
Hi, it's difficult to hear you. The connection doesn't sound real good.
Oh, dear. How about if
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, I'm speaking louder. So, Mary, you're my very, very, very first caller.
So, I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
I said you're my very, very first caller.
Oh, I am? Great.
You have the honour.
Great.
So, Mary, what is it that you would like to know about? What is it that prompted you to call in today?
Well, I guess my first thing is relationship. I've been speaking with someone over the phone for about 5 days, and I'm supposed to meet him tomorrow, and I just wondered if you could give me any insight to this particular person, or anything that surrounds. Do you get a message about anything about it?
Well, the first question I want to ask you is, do you know if he's involved in armed forces at all?
Involved in sports?
No, like the Navy or any of the forces?
He actually was in the Navy at one point.
Okay. I feel as though he's a trustworthy person. What do you think about that? Do you feel that too?
I do. I've had a really good feeling about him.
Right.
So, yeah.
So it feels as though he may have been alone for a while and that he's actually feeling quite lonely. Has he mentioned that to you?
Yes, actually, yes. He's been divorced a long time, and he has, expressed that, his desires, find someone and all of that.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that he's a nice guy, that he's probably been hurt in love by, I think, the last lady that he was with, and it's hurt him quite deeply. I feel as though he's questioning his time here on this earth. Also, like, he's not really sure what to do with himself next. I think he feels that if he has a relationship, that's at least one thing that he'll have going for him, and that's not in any way to minimise the importance of you or whoever is in relationship with him. It's not something to fix him, but I think he's sort of feeling into what are the things that he needs to help improve his life and help lift his mood. Excuse me, because I feel as though he might be feeling quite low in spirits. Are you aware of that?
Okay. You know, I don't know that for sure. You know, he hasn't really said that, but I can relate to what you said. I think about him not sure what to do next, because I know that what he's currently doing, he says he doesn't want to do forever, and he's got a couple other interests for work, possibly. So.
Yes, it feels as though he's looking for direction. The word is actually directionless, so he's looking for direction. And he does feel that a relationship is one of those things to have in his life that will help him to feel as though he's moving through his life well. Just as if we have, you know, good employment, we have good friends, we have a good social life, we have sufficient finances, all of those things. Having a happy and healthy relationship is something for him that's important to feel that he's successful in his world. So I do feel that you are speaking with a genuine person, that he is a nice guy. I do think, though, there's going to be a few issues, as we all have our things that we have to learn about ourselves. There's probably one or two major issues. When I say major, I don't mean run for the hills, but significant life lessons that he hasn't yet looked at for himself. So they will probably pop up and show their head fairly soon, and it is about his ability to relate, probably communication, and most of all his awareness of himself. How much does he really know himself in a true, authentic way of being? So as far as you guys being successful, I think it's going to be an exploration is the word for it. That's my sense. It's an exploration and a learning opportunity for both of you of being authentic and honest with your feelings and communication, and really establishing what it is that you feel is the right type of personality for your relationship that matches well with you. So there's definitely going to be the opportunity for you to do some personal growth in this connection. I feel as though you're going to be talking for quite some time before you actually meet. Does all that sort of ring true for you?
So you just said, what did you just say, that we were going to be talking for a while before we meet?
Yes, or have you met him yet? I could be wrong.
No,
but
we're supposed to meet tomorrow.
Oh, really? So how long have you been talking? I've got a number.
Just for 5 days.
5? Did you say 5 days?
5 days.
Okay. I've got the number 3 and it's 3 months. So I feel as though you're going to be talking with him for 3 months. I want to tune into the fact that you're meeting with him tomorrow and how that, I think that's going to go fine. I think you're both going to be nervous. I think you'll really like each other, and that you're going to be taking small steps. So a little bit guarded, which is a good thing to protect yourself, not throw yourself right into and think, oh, I'm in love, and all those things that we can do really early on. So I would definitely follow that guidance around taking the 3 months to really get to know this person. I think it's going to be really important for you because it's going to help you establish a heart connection rather than it being, and I'm going to use the word ego, but I don't mean that you're an egotistical person, but from our ego, meaning, or from your ego or his ego. What that means is from a needy place. You know, sometimes we can get into a relationship and it's kind of to fulfill our needs rather than it being really through the heart.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Yeah, you get what I mean? Yeah. And so it's probably through being able to have this time of having a heart connection with him that these issues that I was mentioning before will show. And it's going to give you the time and the opportunity to sort through them and work out what's my stuff here and what's his stuff. And how much of this do I need to take responsibility for? Is there anything else about that you'd like to know before I tell you something else?
No, nope, that was good. What else do you have?
Okay, so I said at the beginning that this is about the heart and soul, okay? So I've just been talking about the heart, but now I want to talk about your soul journey. And we meet people and we have a choice. We have free will in this world. So even though we may have a destiny, we have a free will around how we reach that place. And so every person that we come into contact with gives us the opportunity to learn, heal and grow. And this is one of those opportunities, of course, meeting this man. So I just want to take a moment to tune into your soul to find out what it is that you're going to have the opportunity to learn. We don't always take that opportunity, but if we're aware of it, then we can see it and find the courage. Okay, I'm getting, and it's interesting that it's today because a Friday for me, it's the fifth day, the fifth chakra, which is the throat chakra. It's about communication. Oh, okay. So I'm getting downloaded now a whole lot of stuff about who you are. I'm not going to share this on air because you might think that it's a bit too private. And when I say who you are, I mean at a soul level, what your experiences have been. Okay, so this is about having a voice, and it is in relation to some wounding that you had as a young girl with one of your family members. So I'm not going to mention who that is. If you want to know more about that, we can connect later on. Okay, so as a soul, we choose to come in and learn certain lessons. And one of the lessons that you've you've chosen to learn in this lifetime is to finally overcome self-esteem issues. Can you confirm for me that you may have had some trouble this lifetime with self-worth, self-esteem?
Yes.
Yes? Would you say it's been one of the bigger ones for you?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Okay. I feel it's the same for this other guy, okay? And the two of you are going to, if you're able to manage the communication and if you're able to manage the lesson journey in this, and so what I mean by that is perhaps get some guidance through someone like myself or anyone else that you may know or prefer to work with. The two of you can actually help each other, support each other, work through this together. And this can be something that's really bonding for a couple, although it can also rip people apart if they don't work on it together because the blame game comes in. So this is an opportunity, so it either will be a good one or it might fizzle and die, because the opportunity to learn for both of you about the self-esteem healing it needs to be picked up to make that decision on how successful this relationship will be.
Okay.
He has a big heart, so I feel that he's open. There's a doorway that is open, maybe even just halfway within him, where he's gotten to a place in his life where he's ready to start reflecting, ready to start looking that little bit deeper, looking around the other side of the door at what really has been going wrong here. And that's when we start to look within. And so this is that opportunity for you too. How does that sound?
Wow, yeah, sounds great. The person you were talking about in my childhood, is that a female or male?
It's a male.
Okay.
Do you mind if I say who it is on air?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So it's your dad.
Now, what about my dad?
So there's been a little bit of a lack of heart connection with your dad, and so that's created some insecurity in you about who you are as a person, how special you are, how beautiful you are, how anything you are. So it's created some self-doubt. Does that resonate for you?
It doesn't. It would be more my mom than my dad, because my dad was the one that I was close with.
That you were
and
close
it was my
with.
mom that
Okay.
I wasn't close with.
So this is where I talk about the soul's journey, right? So we come in and we choose our mother and our father, and we actually have an agreement, and that they're going to treat us in a certain way so that we will feel a certain thing. We have one with our mum, we have one with our dad. And the one that I'm picking up on specifically in relation to this person that you're liaising with, that you want to date, maybe, this issue is in relation to your dad. So that doesn't mean
when you say dad, you mean the dad that raised me from the past, or my biological dad? Because there's two fathers.
There you go. That's it. So, just checking on that abandonment issue.
Okay, there you go. That makes sense now. Because he is living. My adopted dad is not alive anymore, but my birth dad is, and I haven't talked to him for a very long time.
I've got chills. I can feel it. There's a whole lot of healing to be done around that. Are you okay with me talking about this online?
Yes, go ahead. I'm fine.
Okay. So there's a whole lot of healing to be done there. There's a bunch of resentment still within you. I can feel it in your legs. Do you have any issues with your legs at all?
Yes, they actually hurt bad today.
They're hurting bad right now?
Yeah. They specifically.
It's affecting your legs. It's affecting your ability. It's affecting your mobility and your ability to move forward in life. I'm just got chills all over my body right now.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Wow.
Well, do you recommend that I call? I've been thinking about calling him.
What I thoroughly recommend is having an energy healing on this issue to clear it before you speak to Dad, birth dad. It's your choice, but it's whether you want to be able to go to him from with love in your heart and from a place of compassion and understanding, and get out the resentment and the hurt and the pain and the anger prior. If you would like to potentially have a good relationship or at least okay relationship with him, that's what I recommend. If you don't care about that, then that's actually going to stay in the way, because it's the relationship, the energy between you and your birth dad from you, not from him. It's what was from him that's affected you, but now it's how you feel about him, if that makes sense. That's what's getting in the way. That's what's being held in the legs. It's also in the heart, and this is what's getting in the way with the relationship. So when we heal that energy issue, it changes the outcome in the rest of our world. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, it does. It does.
Awesome. Well,
okay.
I think that's all I need to tell you for now. And we're going to be closing off shortly anyway. I can't believe how quickly this has gone. I really, really hope that this has been helpful for you and given you enough guidance. Awesome. So I do energy healing. I'm trained in shamanic healing. I work with crystals and angels, and I've got beautiful guides and all sorts of things. And if you or anyone is interested in having an energy healing, it works just like this. It just goes deeper, and because everything's connected, you don't have to be face to face, just as we're not right now. As I'm in Australia and you're in, where are you?
I'm in Michigan, in the U.S.
So, world, and I can tune in and know those things about you. So that's how energy healing works as well. So if anyone wants to find more about what I do, it's on the web, www.indigo- which is a dash, grace.com.au. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for your call, and all the very best. And you can also Facebook message me and let me know how you're going.
Wonderful. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Love, light, and blessings to you. Thank you.
Take care. Okay, good night.
Good night. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I believe we're just about out of time. I can't believe it was my first show and how quickly it went. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to tuning in next week. And keep on those requests.
There are 16 million children struggling with hunger in America. That's 1 in 5 daughters, sons, neighbors, and classmates who don't know where their next meal is coming from. Yet billions of pounds of good food go to waste every year. It's time we do something about it. Feeding America is a nationwide network of food banks that helps provide meals to millions of kids and families in need. Visit feedingamerica.org to help them feed even more. Together, we can solve hunger. Together, we're feeding America.
Drop that baby.
Radio show. Thank you for joining me. I hope everyone had a great week. Before we get started, quick shout out to my dad and all the other dads out there for this Sunday. Happy Father's Day. I hope you all have a fantastic Father's Day doing what you love and getting to spend time with your kids, or maybe not. In honor of Father's Day, I'm offering a 20% discount on all my services through the end of the month.
You can book an appointment with me by calling or texting 407-374-3133 or emailing askrebecca@gmail.com. So this week's predictions will run from tonight through next Thursday, the 22nd. I'll be sharing what you may experience as an overall theme for the week, and then specific areas in love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. Now, these are general predictions for everyone, so not everything will apply strictly to you. Now, if you're interested in receiving personal monthly and or weekly video predictions emailed directly to your inbox, I am offering the monthly predictions for $31, or you can choose to receive both the monthly and weekly for $22 a week. And all you have to do is send me an email to askrebeccatoday@gmail. Let me know your full name, your date of birth, and which offer you'd like. Then I'll get you set up to receive those immediately. All right, so here is what you can expect to deal with this week. So there's two general themes that are happening. One of the themes this week will have to do with blockages and feeling stuck. The other theme is about people trying too hard, pushing too fast, and in general kind of stepping on the toes of others around them, or you may be getting your toes stepped on. You'll either fall into a combination of both of these categories or one of them. Some of you will be realizing why you're stuck and how you've been blocking yourself. So there's been a little bit of self-sabotaging behavior, and I think, to me, it feels like some of you will kind of become aware of that. And others of you will actually find yourselves being blocked or stuck in some situation or some way, just feeling stuck and no forward motion and a blocking sensation. And this could show up either literally, where maybe you're driving down the road and all of a sudden you're blocked by traffic and you can't go anywhere for an hour, or it's you blocking yourself from moving forward in something in life, or maybe you're stuck somehow. So maybe you get stuck in the mud, or you get, any sort of thing was stuck. So just kind of be prepared for that. I do feel there will be those of you who will be experiencing giving and or receiving constructive criticism sometimes this week. Sometimes I feel like you'll be on the receiving end, where all of a sudden you'll find yourself somebody being overly critical of you, and it's meant to be constructive criticism, but it's coming across really harshly, and it triggers some of you. Now, the other way around is you'll also be dishing it. So catch yourself when you're in the phase of, overly criticizing someone or judging them, or, thinking you know better. Just be careful not to step on anybody's toes. I kind of feel like it will be a theme that you recognize. So it may start off with someone criticizing you, then you turn around and criticize someone, or vice versa. So good luck with that. That's never a fun spot to be in. So just try to take everything with a grain of salt and, not get too crazy about it. All of you will be experiencing a lot of mental and physical energy this week. So make sure you're using it wisely. A lot of times when we're stuck in mental energy, it can cause us to get stuck into a loop of overanalyzing and overthinking, and with the energies this week, that's very likely to happen. Try to give yourself a moment to take a couple of deep breaths to stop that cycle of thought. And sometimes, those thoughts could be negative, so the negative Nancy might show up. So again, just try to use your mental and physical energy wisely. Now, for those of you that have jobs and you're working and you're employed, I feel some of you may be dealing with some sort of work conflict this week. Maybe you get into a disagreement with a coworker or a boss, or something else comes up where it's just a conflict. I feel like it's not going to be a huge conflict, not super dramatic, but there might be some issues that creep up. Stay grounded. Don't become emotionally reactive. That's never a good thing. Try to stay grounded in what you're feeling, and I would advise against, getting into some sort of verbal altercation or anything like that. So kind of just, again, relax. The rest of you, I kind of feel like work is going to be going the same. Nothing, too exciting, nothing too boring. It's just kind of what it is, and you're just going to roll through the week and no biggie. Those of you that are looking for work, now I feel like some of you guys will actually be interviewing this upcoming week, and some of the advice that was coming through was for you to make sure that during the interview process you're remaining humble. Show some humility, because whoever you're interviewing with will like that, and it potentially will help you land the job. So, and when I mean humility and humble, I don't mean you're in there, smack talking yourself or putting yourself down in any way. It's just not being overly arrogant and like you have it all figured out. So just find the balance of confidence and being humble, and just be yourself, and I feel like you'll land that job. There was some advice about be cautious with contracts. So if any of you are potentially being offered a job that requires you to, sign a contract, go through it. Let somebody else look at it as well. Make sure that it is what you want, and you don't end up signing your name to the dotted line and then after the fact realize you're stuck in a situation. So just be cautious. Those of you that don't have any interviews lined up, I kind of feel like it's going to be a slow week for you. I do feel like you'll see some signs of progress, meaning like maybe you're looking online and some things pop up and you see that there's jobs that you'd like to apply for. We'll apply for them. I just kind of feel like don't expect any immediate results next week. So just hang in there, stay positive. It's coming. Just keep doing what you're doing, and eventually a job will come your way. Love, those of you that are in committed relationships and or dating, you can expect, I feel like some of you will realize things aren't where they need to be for your relationship to thrive. And I kind of feel like it will be you taking a look at yourself, taking a look within to figure out, I feel like there'll be some realizations surrounding whether or not you've actually dealt with past relationship traumas and false beliefs that you've maybe had for yourself. So I feel like, some of you guys will realize that, and will realize that it's your own heart that's blocked, and, you'll start doing, I think you'll decide to start working on those things. You'll start working on yourself, and if you do that, I feel like your relationship will blossom again, because it will move to the next level, because you're opening your heart, so it will get better. Good luck to all of you. I feel really positive about it. Others will realize that you're in a relationship that is absolutely, positively not good for you, okay? So really, really think about what it is you want in your life, what you need in your life, what your relationship expectations are on some level. Obviously, I don't want you to limit yourself, but I definitely feel like some of you will finally have the courage to kind of think about moving on, because there's a few of you that are in some unhealthy relationships right now that kind of hurt my heart for you. So I want you to make sure that you move past this fear of moving on, or that you can't find anybody else, or that you're not worthy, or whatever story it is that you're telling yourself. I want you to just really allow yourself to try to move on and get yourself in a better situation. It's better to be alone than it is to be in a really crappy relationship, okay? A few of you will be dealing with some mild conflicts. Again, nothing traumatic. I think normal relationship stuff. You're going to have to agree to disagree. I feel like a few of you are stuck in a habit of when you do get into a conflict, you're pushing and, just arguing, and pick and choose your battles. Be aware of when you're pushing and be aware of when you need to back off. Sometimes it's just not worth having the debate or the altercation or the argument. Give each other some space this week. I think that would be really healthy. And then revisit the conflict later on when you're, not emotionally charged. Because again, like being emotionally reactive is just not a good thing at all. Now, those of you that are looking for love, you singles will be dealing with similar issues of realizing your heart's not fully open to allow yourself to attract a relationship to yourself, or that you constantly are attracting relationships that kind of mirror the things from past relationships. So again, I feel like, it's time for you to realize what you need to deal with, like what are the emotional blocks, so that you can work past these traumas and do the work, open your heart, and that's what some of you will be dealing with. Others, I feel like you guys are going to be in kind of a good space, and the words that kept coming to mind, and this is a family-friendly show, but the words that kept coming to mind were, you'll be mingling your asses off. So do it, have fun. The more fun and confident you feel and are with yourself, the more attractive you'll be to other people. So go out there, mingle, have an awesome time, and just be open. Don't go out there being on the prowl, because then that's going to have the opposite effect. Just go enjoy yourself, be you, feel good about yourself, and you'll end up attracting exactly what you need into your life. Let's see here. Finances. Some of you are sticking around in unhappy jobs because you have an emotional bond to your work, but it's not serving you anymore, and it's not even serving you on at a financial point either. So I kind of feel like maybe you'll have some aha moments at that point during the week, and figuring out that change isn't all bad, and you really want to just do something different. So again, it's kind of moving past some blockages. Some of you this week will realize that you don't know as much about finances as you think you do. So don't overextend yourselves financially and assume you'll take care of it in the future, because you're setting yourself up for failure. And some of you will actually be dealing with the fallout from past choices like that next week. So expect maybe a couple of things to come up that are a little hairy within the financial situation. And then for some of you, it's just going to be business as usual. Again, I feel overall nobody should be doing anything risky this week. The energies just don't quite feel like it's a good time to take big risks. Health, some of you, I feel like you will finally realize like you've been working way too hard, you've been overdoing it, like you've been overdoing everything, and you've been overdoing it for a while, and this week I feel like you're going to feel flattened energetically. You're going to realize, okay, I'm freaking exhausted, your nerves will be frayed, and I just feel like at that point, once you realize it, slow down. Seriously, just relax, take a deep breath, do something for yourself where you can literally unwind your chores, your jobs, your projects, all the things you think you have to do. You choose to do them, so choose to take a break and relax. It's healing. You're not going to be any good to anybody. Then there's those of you that I feel like you're starting a new workout routine, and I feel like you're going to dive in just too fast, too hard, and you're going to just be like, you know what, I'm going to work out, I'm going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to run like 5 miles, and I'm going to do 100 sit-ups, and you're going to be so pumped and jazzed because of that physical energy. But I feel like if you do that, you're just going to set yourself up for failure, and you're going to burn out really quickly. So take it easy, baby steps, and that way you're not giving up before you even get started. And then I feel some of you will be experiencing self-esteem higher than normal, and will kind of realize you're actually liking yourselves, maybe even loving yourselves, and I think that's a big score for you, so just keep traveling that path. Spirituality, this week you'll need to be more proactive about loving yourselves, and I feel like some of you will realize exactly how much love you're receiving based on how much you love yourself. So I feel like the mirror effect of your reality will really be strong next week. So you'll definitely get to see, what people in your life are mirroring back to you and the way that they treat you. So again, it's directly related to how you're treating and loving yourself. Others, I feel like you've kind of neglected your spirituality side, and I feel like you're going to be exploring different esoterics and spiritual belief systems. I kind of feel like you'll find yourself researching and looking for answers, and that momentum gets started again. So I'm excited for you guys for that. So that wraps up the predictions for the week. I hope everyone has a great week ahead. Let's see if I can get any messages from crossed over loved ones for those of you who are actually subscribed to my YouTube channel. Again, if you'd like to receive messages, please subscribe to my YouTube channel so I can filter out spirits that come through. It just makes it a lot easier for me to handle who's coming through. So let's see who is here for tonight. Okay, so tonight this message is actually for my dad. My grandmother Mildred is here, and she said to me, it's me, Mildred, your damn grandma, your granny, you know who I am. So anyway, she's here. Dad, she's saying she's been watching you, she's been around. She said to mind your heart, mind your manners, so you must be acting up in some way. I'm going to have to call you on that. She's saying the reason why you've been getting all like photos of the past and a lot of memories and things are coming up from the past. She's saying, it's time for you to forgive and heal your heart. It's time for you to forgive Cubby. It's time for you to forgive a lot of things from your past. And ultimately, she's saying she's sending you a lot of love. She's always around. She's with Mom. She's watching over myself and Sabrina. And, she's proud of us. She's cussing a little bit, so I won't bring that into the equation. But overall, she's looking over you. I love you, and I'll give you any other messages later so I can move on really quickly. So before I take the caller, let's do a quick moment of Zen. I want to be able to share with you energetically to give you a boost to help raise your vibration. It's very important to help expand your consciousness so that you can become more self-aware. It's very, very important now for everybody to become self-aware. I can't stress that enough. So if you close your eyes, open your palms, be open to receive, take a little deep breath in and exhale, and I will send you some energy and ask your guides to do so as well. All right, you can open your eyes, and hopefully you'll have a nice little boost there. That energy is going to work on you all night, so I'm sorry if you have a sleepless night. Let's see here. Tonight's caller is Quinn from Alberta, Canada. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. So, how can I help you tonight?
Oh, well, I was just kind of hoping for some, I guess, comfort and clarity in, I guess, my relationship situation right now, and just kind of, I feel stuck right now, and just kind of what I can do from there, or if I have any messages from any loved ones would be wonderful.
Sure. Okay, so I actually made a couple of notes earlier this evening to see what I could kind of feel was going on with you and what you might be dealing with in the moment. So I feel like right now, and we'll see if I can get any messages after I share with you some of the things happening with you right now. So I kind of feel that you are holding yourself back because of fear to move into the future, because you're afraid of getting hurt by a new situation. And I kind of feel like to me it also feels like you may not know exactly what it is you're afraid of. It's just more of this feeling of the fear of the unknown. So, and I feel like there's also a part of you that may be thinking, speaking, and behaving more in a negative way due to the fear. I mean, I feel you're a loving person. Like, I feel amazing things from you, but I just feel like you might be stuck in this loop of beating yourself up, and you're kind of hard on yourself, and I feel like that's also being reflected to you in your relationship. And so these thoughts and feelings and connected to the fear, I feel, is keeping you stuck even more in the fear area. And I'm not sure what your employment situation is or what you're doing for a financial or what you're connected to passionately, but there was this feeling like maybe you actually hate your work and like you feel like you can't change it, but again, you're afraid to look elsewhere, or you feel like you're trapped. But it really is just going to come down to you choosing to either quit and move on. You know, well, obviously don't quit before you find another job, but, you know, doing something else, or accepting the situation as it is. And now when it comes to, is any of this making sense to you before I get onto your relationship?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and I've been looking for ways to make income. And I love being a stay-at-home mom and everything, but I kind of feel like I've been losing my identity a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, just not. I want to bring something to the table other than just being a mom, you know, and of course they come first and they're priority too, but I definitely feel down, and yeah, the self-esteem is very apparent right now.
Okay, so I feel, I really feel like, you know, obviously I understand. I'm a mother too. I got to be honest. I could never do the stay-at-home mom thing. I would go absolutely bonkers. You know, I consider myself maternal, but oh my God, no. You need some adult situation. You need balance, and to me, that's not balance. So if you know, you being at home with the kids has run its course, that's okay. That's okay. I feel like you could potentially find something where maybe you're doing some part-time work from home and maybe also going out and having a part-time job. So be open to something that isn't in the norm, right? Like, to me, I don't feel like you'll be in a 9-to-5 job. I feel like you do have some passions that you haven't quite connected with, that you could actually be doing something for yourself at home and creating kind of your own business as well. So be open to exploring, you know, again, working part-time at home and getting a day job where you're working part-time so you can get some grown-up stimulation, make some friends. I feel like you've just been trapped in your house and you've got nothing going on. And I do feel like it is affecting your relationship, and I do feel like you need to seriously reevaluate your relationship. I feel like you may be sticking around with someone that you've considered possibly not sticking around with anymore, and obviously we're on air, so I don't want to dish all of your dirt, but I just feel like part of this relationship is unhealthy, and you know, I just feel like you need to really take a look and consider what you can do to either move on or you know, try to resolve the situation. Again, I don't want to we're on air, but does that make sense to you, what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot to work on, that's for sure. So.
Yeah. You're such a good
evaluating.
person. Huh?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I can feel it. Like, you're just, my heart, like, I just want to hug you right now, really hard. You've got good things coming. I think too, financially, I think, you get stuck in this loop of fear and concern about money, and then it creates more money problems. And right now, with health too, I feel like you've really got to work on paying attention to what's going on in your head. You're really thinking a lot, and there's a lot of stuff happening. I have 60 seconds, so I know you wanted to try to connect with a crossover loved one. Is there anybody specific that you can give me a name that I can try to connect with?
I'd love to connect with Faith.
I'm sorry, Faith?
Yes.
Does she have brown hair, and it's kind of like, it feels shorter, but it feels like curly, like loop hair? I don't know, it just feels like there's curls, or she wore it up and it looked curly.
Yeah, light brown hair, short. It's more straight, but yeah, sounds pretty close.
Okay, maybe it just looks wild to me. Her hair looks wild for some reason. Like, it looks like it's just loopy. She passed away, I would say, fairly recently, it feels like to me.
Yeah, I was about, 6 years ago.
Was she a little, she was a little heavier set? Like, I feel like it was something that was going on, like, in her midsection, whether it's some sort of maybe cancer or, I don't know.
What are you, superheroes?
Just four brothers who hate bullies and love this city. Gear up, guys.
I'm Anne. I'm a scientist.
Recycling takes a team.
Why don't you let me and me help you out?
Everyone plays a part. Don't trash
I love taking stuff apart and building new things out of it.
what could be treasure.
Pal's my most advanced android. This is awesome. You haven't seen anything yet.
Give your cardboard box another life. Recycle.
Hello everyone, this is Fiona. Persian medium, I am Power. So, hope you guys had a fantastic, nice, beautiful day and evening. And just relaxing and closing your eyes and thinking to the tomorrow, which is going to be the best ever morning, day and evening as well, or even better than today. So, how about when we feel down, tired, or feeling like no energy left, a little bit anxiety back and forth, feeling not really good, I feel like something is definitely wrong. I don't know what is that. I can't even found it. I don't know what's going on. Well, it sounds to be very similar, huh? So what you have to do, and I would love to suggest you, close your eyes for the moment. When you feeling that something is definitely wrong, but you don't know exactly what you have to do, and in order to get rid of these things, okay? What you can do, actually, But first, you are telling to yourself, everything you could possibly need is already here and waiting for you. You are telling to yourself, everything I could possibly need is already here and waiting for me. So you are not feeling down, sad, disconnected, or uncomfortable about anything. Number 2, try to feel that there is more love that you could possibly experience from every single person or everywhere. I do understand if you feel that, oh, what do you mean love? My boss today just gave me a hard time. Oh, my colleague today, oh my God, she was like such a, and I would just say, well, I do understand you completely, but how about like if you just again closing your eyes and telling yourself there is more love that you could possibly experience, and tomorrow is going to be the new day, and it's going to be much more love that you ever could experience than today. Then there is more joy that you can imagine. True, there is absolutely more joy that you can imagine. The wood actually, or the world, has everything you need and absolutely desire. You should remind yourself that there is a lot ongoing around you that make you possibly feel that you are connected and you would absolutely get into it. Like exactly what you can hear, my phone. Well, you know what? I'm not distracted by that. I know I just forgot about to just shut it down, or just put it on the silent. But you know what? I'm not going to get distracted because my focus is about to tell you what you have to do to get rid of your anxiety and feeling of lost. And that's why I'm not distracted by anything. That is exactly who you are when you feel disconnect from world, from your own world. So you're not letting anyone and anybody distract you from anything. Example, no matter what you choose to feel or believe or think or say, the universe says yes to you. So this is also very important to remember. No matter what you choose to feel, believe, think, or say, the universe says yes to you all the time. So this is very important that you're not allowing anyone, anything, and anybody, like my phone, distract you that what I said to you right now in the moment. Do not waste your time on negative thinking and negative subject. This is very important. No matter what other people says, doing, done, going, you are not really wasting your time on thinking or having any sort of connection to negative subject. At the end, you are grateful and happy to be one with universal wisdom and be backed by universal power. So what you have to do, you have to listen to your heart and close your eyes and feel yourself as the most happiest, wealthiest, healthiest, and nicest, kindest person in the earth. Do it when you feel down and feel that you are in a dark spot. Okay? So back to studio, guys, and you are guys listening to Fiona. Here we go. And my favorite station, A1R Psychic Radio. I have a caller. I have Samantha. Hello, Samantha. How are you doing? From Florida. How are you doing, Samantha?
I'm doing well.
Awesome. Samantha, give me your date of birth, sweetheart, and then tell me about your question. Go ahead, darling.
My birthday is January 1st of 92.
Okay. Okay, sweetheart. Now, tell me about your concern and what you have in your beautiful mind. Share it with me and with our audience, and let's see what I can help you with the guidance and everything. Go ahead.
Can I just get like a future guidance?
Okay, so when we are talking about, Samantha, when we are talking about future guidance, that means many things. It's future guidance about love and relationship, future guidance about money, financial, future guidance about parenting, or kind of like your parents, your family problems. Future guidance means anything and everything. Career, money, financial. Family. Okay.
Definitely
So that means
family.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. So, what make you to feel to have that question? The reason that I'm asking you, because of a couple things that I found on your Pentagon right now, and that's why I want to actually get that point, or actually go to that point anytime soon with you. Why you feel that you want to know about your family future something? Is it something lately that making you to feel a little bit unstable or feeling kind of worried and concerned that may something is on the way to happen that you just strongly feel that you need to have some guidance on, or just like, I need to know if it's going to happen, so I have to make myself ready? So what make you to feel this way, sweetheart? This is important for me to know.
Well, there is a current situation with my cousin and her child, and the father of the child. There's just many, many concerns about him and whether or not he's capable of being a good father. He's been violent towards her. I'm just very, very concerned for the safety of her, the children that she already has, and the new baby that she has had.
Okay. So you are basically concerned about like that if the court or judge or whomever actually going to make a decision, going to say that yes, of course she can see the father, but you guys knew or knows from the past that he's not having capable or not having any sort of ability or responsibilities towards this girl. So you are guys concerned about her. So basically you are worried about like, what if he's going to have the permission or anything in regard to just talking and connecting with his own child, or actually his own girl. Okay, I understand that, but let me tell you one thing, honey. You are asking about them, and now I can see it in the Pentagon that you are concerned about them. How are they connected to you? Like, are you connected to the mom of the beautiful girl, or how they are connected to you?
Yes, I'm connected to the mother.
Like a blood connection, or it's kind of like a friendship?
It's kind of like our mothers were best friends, and we were raised as cousins.
Okay, so some sort of best friend connection, but actually developed somehow that you guys had some sort of, kind of like a soulmate feelings that you just guys caring too much about each other. Well, the one thing that you should know about that kind of the specific situation, the first things that I would say that the father going to be well behaved. Reason could be a couple of things, because that's what I'm asking you, like, how do you know those family or actually the person in the question? When I can see it in your Pentagon that you're concerned about this little girl, so I would definitely tell and suggest you to drop it and not have been concerned, because he is going to be well behaved. The father would not actually show or actually use any violation, because he knows that there is a lot of eyes around, and beside on that, he knows that if he's going to be stupid or doing stupid things towards this little girl, then things is not going to go the way that he wants or wish for. And that's what it sounds like, that he actually got his lesson, and he's not going to do the same. So that's why I wanted you to just really drop your worriness and concern about anything that has to do with this little girl. How old is she?
23.
Okay. So when you are worried about that the father is going to actually kind of like getting into her, is it like that you are concerned about sexually as well, or is it just about a matter of hitting her, or just like, using violation?
Just completely not respectful of any wishes. He's been told not to go to her home, has showed up, pushed his way into the house. I mean, he's choked her out, like just stuff like that, Just not someone that you want around.
I know exactly what you mean.
Not someone you want to help raise a baby.
Absolutely. 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 So what I'm trying to basically tell you, sweetheart, when we're talking about this family, God bless them, and my prayer is always going to be after them, but there is nothing to be concerned. He's not going to show any kind of craziness or stupidness that trying to push this family down more than actually he did already. So that means that they are going to be protected, and if anything and everything had happened, or at just they found something that they had to really talk to someone or so, then they need to take on action. But right now, or in the nearest future, when I actually look into the Pentagon and see about like in between now until 2 months, in between now to 3 months, in between now to 6 months, in between now to a year, if anything is going to happen to this family because of him, if he's going to be or actually using any sort of violation or anything in regards to the Pentagon telling me about, the answer is no, then that means that they are going to be safe, especially this girl is going to be safe and secure. So that's not going to be any problem. And the other things that I can see actually on your Pentagon also, it sounds like that you are going to win over some situation. I don't know what you are waiting for. It could be some news, or it could be some answer that should come to trying to verify some money or some unexpected money, which also actually standing in your left side of your Pentagon, which also is telling about prosperity and your abundance. That means that everything is just going to be exactly as you wish. When we are talking about around the July 10, July 23rd, and August 11. So those dates actually it became very strongly in your Pentagon, which make me feel very happy. So I feel very good, Samantha, about your reading or about your Pentagon. There is no red flags or any down things that I have to or should warning you about it. Health-wise, everything is good. Besides that, you need to just really do more, maybe exercise or actually using muscles more. Sounds like that your body needs to really have some action and or getting into some activity. And other than that, money-wise, looks great. Family-wise, actually, you are going to have a power around, which people are going to listen to you, and you are going to have credit and love around them, which is very awesome. And when we are talking about your future, then there in between now until 6 months, then there is absolutely no red flags, no bad things, and nothing to be concerned. So congrats. It sounds to be very good, honey. And I will pray for this beautiful family. You are very welcome, Samantha. Have a great one, and talk to you soon. Okay, guys, back to the studio, and you are guys listening to me, Fiona, Persian Medium, I Am Power, and A1R Psychic Radio. So I have Esther. Hello, Esther. How are you doing? From Colorado. Hello. Yeah, I think that, yes, we lost her right now. Don't worry about it. Actually, she is coming back in no time. Okay, so, well, as you guys just heard me about that when me and Samantha talking about the little bit of worriness and concern about the family, I know it's kind of like devastating. It's kind of like very sad that you should feel that you can't even trust the father of the baby, or the mother of the baby, or actually someone that actually make this baby come to the world. And it's kind of like so sad that you can feel that this person is just trying to use a violation and hitting the baby, doing things. It's just very sad. I don't understand why they should even do that. And I'm definitely sure the problem is not the baby. The problem is them. The problem is their insecurities, anxieties, and a lot of problems and craziness that they had in their childhood. And they need definitely actually have some help. So now I have Esther back. Hello, honey. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing a little sick, but I'm okay.
Oh,
I like to have my health.
Yes. Okay. Esther, darling, I need to have your date of birth, sweetheart, and then tell me what you have in your beautiful mind and what I can do for you. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Okay. My birthday is May 9th, 1951, and I'm worried about my health. Just having problems with my stomach.
Is that was lately, or kind of like for how long you just have that kind of the stomach problem?
I had it for a while, but it just got worse in the last 3 months.
Okay. Is there, for the past 3 months, did you try to relax or just not stress yourself or not getting emotion? You know that a lot of tummy problems, stomach problems, actually digestive problems is just coming from not sleeping good, not having a good feelings and connection to your own body and yourself, and not drinking and eating correctly. And basically when you are in an anxiety mood and not feeling all right, then you don't have any desire to eat and drink and sleep. So past 3 months, sweetheart, how was your life past? If you're gonna just tell me, describe your life for the past 3 months, what should you do? What should you say?
Well, I had to move out of my condo because I cannot afford repairs. And I'm moving with my daughter and doing all the housework, and she's having a baby. I'm going to be taking care of the baby. And I'm 66 years old, so I don't think I could take care of all that. So, and my stomach is partially paralyzed. So I don't digest food correctly.
So basically, past 3 months, you gone through financial problem, insecurity about if you are going to even handle or going to handle correctly, or somewhere to live, somewhere to be, and you feel that you are kind of enough old, but now you have to taking care of the, grandchildren and other things, and you don't know about the unknown place, the way that you're going to be, how you are going to be, and kind of like basically your life been very stressful past 3 months. Well, not actually make me to be kind of shocked to say like, oh, Esther, why you have a digestive problem or stomach problem. It's very obvious. So much stress and so much anxiety. Reason is there because you are living in your past, or in your future, better say, past and future, because you have both depression and you are desperate and you feel anxiety. All three is just because, first, you are living in your past because you may blaming yourself that I could do better, that not really being in this situation today. Number two, that you are living in future because you don't know what's going to happen when you're going to move to your daughter, when you're going to actually taking care of the baby, how things is going to happen in between you and them, and like if you're ever going to be or have any sort of possibility to get rid of your health problems or stomach or tummy problems, if money is going to be good enough to even actually go to the doctor, if insurance is going to cover this and that. So I do understand you completely, and you just lost some place that you at least feel comfort and it wasn't just belong to you. So it's completely normal and understandable why you feel this way. So my suggestion to you is you can't control over your situation right now because you don't know what's going to happen. The first things that you can't control over your situation physically is about that you don't have enough money. You can't have your home back because there's not enough money. You couldn't even pay that. You can't even argue or doing something with your daughter either because you have to follow through at least that you have some place to live because you have to help them and all those stuff. So you don't have any other choices besides that you accept the unknown energies that may scare you already, that even you feel kind of disconnect to yourself. What you have to do, stop living in your past, which is actually going to blame, or actually you're blaming yourself too much on, and stop living in the future, which you just feel about like, I don't know what's going to happen in between me and them, and actually money and financial. Psychically, I can tell you all your problems when we are talking about money, financial, health, tummy, digesting, or any kind of like a problem like that, and even family, will absolutely going to be all right. So there is no necessary and there is no need to be concerned, worried, and disconnect yourself with your now moment the present moment to enjoy. I wanted you to enjoy your moment, the moment that me and you talking.
Okay.
And I wanted you to stop thinking, Esther, that, oh, maybe my tummy problem or things that I have, it may gonna be a major issue. Or maybe actually the doctor is gonna say that my test is gonna come back and telling me some bad news. Well, it's not gonna happen.
Yes.
So
okay, that's
I know,
good to know.
I know your worriness and I know your sadness about the money and financial, Esther. Something on the way to happen around, which is actually when I look into your Pentagon, between the August 27 until the September actually 17. Yes, that's correct. It says September 17 comes directly in the middle of your Pentagon. Then I can see that financially you will grow fast. Something going to happen at that time.
My daughter's having her baby on the 23rd. I'm sorry. My daughter's having her baby on August the 23rd.
Okay. So that is perfect. So that means that your life is just completely going to change, sweetheart. And something very good, something very nice. It sounds like even this beautiful baby will actually give you the prosperity and some sort of love or unconditional love that making you to feel extremely connected to yourself again. So all I can say, Esther, try to not concern, sweetheart. I know it's very hard to just not sitting and guessing. I know that you are even concerned about your daughter as well. And like, is everything going to be all right with her, with the baby? And if I am going to be all right to be together with them? Well, answer to your question is yes. Esther.
Okay. All right.
Believe in yourself, sweetheart. And stay away
thank you so much for your advice, and I feel a lot better right now. I have a smile on my face. Thank you.
Awesome, sister. Awesome. Have a great one, darling. And remember, again, tomorrow is a new day, baby. And every day actually has a very strong, beautiful, powerful message and signals and sign that telling us to not give up. It's not time to give up, sweetheart. You need to really connect yourself again and stop really bothering yourself because you are worried about your unknown future, which I see psychically that's going to be awesome and perfect. Okay? God bless you.
Great.
And God bless your daughter. God bless the new baby that is actually going to come. We are already going to welcome, actually an early welcome to her or him. So everything is going to be all right. So have a great one. Much love to you and take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. You're very welcome, gorgeous. Bye-bye, sweetheart. Okay, guys, I don't have so much time. I have just 60 seconds to say thank you so much for today. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so thankful, grateful for A1R Psychic Radio. I'm thankful, grateful for my audience. I am thankful and grateful for tomorrow. That's going to be the new show at actually 8 o'clock, 8 Pacific time. For more information, guys, you can go to a1r.com and actually reading more about me. And you guys can find me on keen.com as Fiona, Persian Medium. I am Power. Have a great one. Bye-bye, guys.
Wake the sun.
na 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 na. I love you so. I love you. I love you. La 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 la.
We're here.
Yay!
It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. To find a neighborhood park or green space near you, visit discovertheforest.org.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everyone. I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and I'm so happy you're here with me today. We are going to have a great show. I've got a really good coaching tip planned, and I hope you can get something out of that. My passion is to help you live your best, your most unique, your most awesome, inspired life. And I do that in a couple of different ways. One as a medium, connecting with our loved ones on the other side, and the other way is as a spiritual life coach. And every week on this show, I give a coaching tip to help you live your best life. And today's coaching tip is a big one. I think they all are, actually. I always say something like that. But this one is how to stay positive when you're surrounded by negative people. And I'm sure you've experienced this, because I don't know if anybody has not experienced that. And when you have a negative person around you that you're talking to or whatever, they can really drain your energy, and you start to feel real tired after you've talked to them, and they may complain about all sorts of things. I had a friend once who I would say something like, boy, it's a beautiful day today, and she would say, it looks like it's going to rain, or it's too hot, or it's too cold. Or we'd eat some food, and I'd be like, oh, this is pretty good. And she's like, oh, no, it's too chewy, it's too dry, it doesn't have flavor. You know, there's always something wrong with it. And with these kind of people, they're always negative. That's just the way it is. It can be about anything, weather, politics, your house, your car, your shoes, your clothes, whatever. And somebody could even say something, and they will also come back with a negative comment. And frequently, these people are also very critical of other people, and they like to point out what's wrong with them. Boy, I'm sure you've experienced this, but boy, do you ever notice how it affects your energy? When these people are so negative, it's really, really draining. But when the energy is directed at us in a critical, bullying way, it's really hard for us to handle, because it starts to beat down on us, and we start to feel badly about ourselves. We start to lose our self-confidence. We start to lose self-esteem. We start to lose joy. And it can be very hard for us to do this. And when I have someone around me like that, I get very tired and I get irritable, and it just ruins your day. These people, they can be friends, colleagues, relatives, family. They can be coworkers, classmates, acquaintances. They're everywhere. They're absolutely everywhere. So what can we do to stop them from affecting us? And the very first thing to do, and this is a very obvious thing, and I'm sure everybody has thought about this, but it's removing your physical proximity to them, just getting away from them as much as you can. Now, this works well for people that you don't see very much, or they're just acquaintances, but for your family, coworkers, colleagues, that kind of thing, it's a little bit harder to get away from them. So what you want to do instead is to limit your time to the absolute minimum you have to do in order to carry on whatever it is, your family life, your work life, whatever it can be. I found that this works very well. And from past experience, I can tell how much time I can put up with somebody. So one person, I know I can barely take an hour, and I'm just like, oh, you know, just want to jump off a bridge or something. Another person, I can make it a couple days before they really start to negatively impact me. And even with this, even with having a time limit on how much time you're going to spend with people who are challenging and difficult, I have to come up with some mental preparation. I have to come up with some kind of protection, especially something that can be there on the days when I'm tired or the days I'm not as mentally strong. And we all have those days where we don't feel well or we're just tired. And then somebody says something and it just really ruins our day and how we feel.
So I've come up with some ways to develop a stronger habitual energy that you can use within yourself. And you have to make it kind of a habit. So it has to become something you think about pretty regularly so that you can use these ideas. Once you do this, you'll be able to allow those negative comments to fall off, roll off you a little bit more easily. Now, there are two key beliefs that you must be aware of that kind of help as well. And one of them is you don't want to take other people's opinions personally or as a fact. People say things and they think they're speaking the truth, and they may not be. And frequently, if they're negative people, they're probably not speaking the truth. So you have to learn how to separate from them and not take what they say personally or as a fact. The other thing that's very important, the other awareness that you need to have, is that people are the way they are. You can't change them. The only thing you can change are your thoughts, your beliefs, and your own emotions. You cannot change another person. Their problems are not your problems. Their negativity is not your negativity. Their opinions are not your opinions. Now, these people, when you realize that you can't change them, you can accept them for who they are. And if they're mean, critical jerks, then accept them for that. Once you do that, it makes it a little bit easier to handle them. Frequently, these people are insecure, and they like to put other people down because it makes them feel as though they're in control. It makes them feel superior. It makes them feel as though they just feel better, I guess, by putting other people down. And when I was thinking about this quite a bit over the course of my life here, why do we let other people who are insecure, mean, critical jerks affect us? Why do we do that? And they shouldn't be affecting our energy at all. Once we know who they are, that's who they are, it's so much easier to discount what they're saying and let it go, not let it affect us so much. You don't want to give your power to them, and when you respond emotionally to something someone has said, you're actually giving some of your energetic power to them, making them stronger. So if you realize this is the way they are, just keep your power to yourself. Don't share. Don't give it to them at all. That way you won't be able to be affected as strongly by their negativity. So you've got two things here. One is limiting time, and then the other one is accepting who they are. Now, the next thing that's very important in this is, because you have to have a strong inner being for yourself as well, is you have to know who you are. Are you a mean, critical person too? Like these people? I would assume you're not. But if you are, you want to let that go. If they're mean to you and you're mean back to them, that's not helping the situation at all. So you want to stop doing that if that's anything you're doing, and make more positive choices. You want to decide who you are, what kind of person you are, what characteristic, what value is important to you. How do you want to live your life? Do you want to live your life being a kind person? Do you want to live your life being someone who demonstrates love to everyone? Do you want to be somebody who is very peaceful? There are so many values and characteristics you can use in your life. And once you decide which one you might like to use, you'll choose to respond to every situation, every person, the mean ones and the nice ones, in that way. So if you're going to respond with kindness, you're going to respond with kindness to everyone, no matter if they're nice or not. This doesn't mean you have to roll over and take mean comments when somebody throws something at you. If you want to speak up, and you just speak right up and let them have it. Okay? So that means to acknowledge it, but you recognize who they are, and then you're going to let that go. Now, that's one of the ways you can be living true to yourself, to recognize the value characteristic that's important to you. I like to label it with one word, because then I can remember it. You know, it's an easy one. You don't want to do 10 of them at once. You want to pick one. Just pick one. Love, kindness, whatever it can be. And what happens is it shifts your thoughts to a more positive perspective. And when you do that, you're protecting yourself from the negativity. So this is a good way to do it. Now, you can change the word. You know, if you start living by love and you think, you know, I'd rather live by peace instead, or I'd rather live by compassion, you can do that too, whatever you want. I wouldn't change it every hour or something. You know, go like a day or a week or something and try it out. Another thing you can do to live true to yourself is to recognize what brings you joy, what makes you happy, what do you love doing. And what you want to do is spend as much time as you can doing those things. No matter what anyone says to you, anybody puts you down, you just keep doing your thing. You're the one that's going to make yourself happy. Your opinion is the only opinion that matters. And if you focus on the happy parts, the things that make you happy, if you make choices that move you towards happiness and towards your dream, what you may find out is that your life is so full that you will not have room in your mind or any place else to allow this negativity to get into your life. So if you can stick with that, that will help. Now, I love to talk about this topic because we've all experienced bullying and criticism and judgments, and we've all had those times where we feel badly because of somebody else and what they've said towards us and what they've directed at us. So just a little review here, because I like reviewing. We want to take steps, okay? We want to limit the time as much as you can, reasonably. Of course, sometimes it's hard to do. But if that's the case, the next thing, too, is you want to make sure that you recognize that these people are not going to change. They will never change. That's the way it is. So a long time ago, I used to do this game when somebody was a jerk to me. I would do this game, and I would try to figure out why they were such a jerk. So I would say things to myself like, oh, you know, obviously their mother didn't love them. That has to be it. Or I would go on a crazy thing and say, oh, they must have been attacked by a giraffe or something, and that's why they hate all living beings. And when I would do this, it would make me laugh first, because I would try to get really crazy and get some strange stuff in there. Because as I laughed, it was so much easier to not take their opinions personally. It was so much easier to just go, well, they obviously have an issue, and it's based on whatever random thought I had come up with. And then it was easier to let it go. Another benefit of that, though, was that I was able to look at them more compassionately, because let's just think about this. If somebody's that negative and they're a jerk, they must not have a really good life. It can't be that fulfilling. So I could see them in a little bit of a different light and recognize that their life may not be the greatest life. And it was easier, again, to let these things go. So you're going to limit your time. You're going to accept who they are. You're going to decide who you are, what value, characteristic is important to you, and you're going to live it. You're going to be it. You're going to respond to everything with that energy. And I tell you, it will make a huge difference. You're going to stay true to your joy. You're going to live your dream, making choices based on your dream, no one else's dream. And you're going to end up living your life on your terms, not on someone else's. And that is my coaching tip of the day. And you can find me at psychicmediumcolleen.com. You can also find me on Facebook, Medium Coach Colleen Vanderzijden. And feel free to let me know. I would like to hear your jerk stories, if you have any, about some of the situations you've had. I love to hear these things, because maybe I'll use them for another show. Okay, so we're going to move on for our first caller, who is Rebecca from Florida. Rebecca, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Is there something in particular I can help you with, or are you looking for a general kind of reading?
General.
Okay. I have a gentleman who's... Go ahead, sorry?
I said life in general.
Life in general? Yes.
Yeah, kind of upside down.
Yeah, I tell you, this is a time where so many people are having turmoil and confusion right now. It's really something. I do like to connect with people on the other side, and I do have a gentleman who comes in who would like to connect with you. And this person feels as though he doesn't feel as old as I want him to be, okay? So he feels more middle-aged, maybe 50s, that area. He is giving me some stuff going on in my throat area. I'm not convinced it's him, or if he's giving me your energy on that one. Are you having a lot of suppressing of emotions going on right now, trying to keep things under control? Oh, okay. Yes. Sometimes they'll show me stuff for them, sometimes for you, but it felt more like you, not him. This gentleman, I have to say, I do like this man. He tells me his life wasn't always easy, and he tells me that he passed quite suddenly. Did you have a gentleman that you know who would have passed quite suddenly in his 50s or so? Oh, okay. And did he have some difficulties in his life? Because it feels like it's kind of up and down with him.
Give me the phone now.
Yeah, okay. So there's all sorts of interesting things going on with him. I do feel... Did you have a good relationship with him? Because I feel a lot of love coming in for you, but I'm also feeling a bit of apology coming in.
Yes.
Okay. It feels as though he's given me the impression he wishes he could have done more for you, that he wishes he could have been there for you. And I'm not convinced that it's anything that he did. It's just that feeling of wanting to help take care of you. He tells me not to worry so much about what's going on, okay? He's telling me that things are going to work out okay. Boy, he's giving me all sorts of stuff going on with your life, though, right now. Do you have a relationship issue going on as well?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and what about the job issue? We have a job issue, too?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like you've got some good stuff happening. Not at all. Okay, so one thing at a time. Okay, so we're going to stick with the job for just a few minutes. Here, not even a few minutes, a few seconds. We're going to go to the job for a few, and I'm not feeling that if you have a job that it's very fulfilling. Do you have a job now?
I don't have a job right now.
Okay, because I'm not feeling fulfilling. That explains that. Okay. Now, I want to jump over to the relationship, and I'll be back to the job in a second, I assume. Just by what he's showing me. He's telling me that this is what I feel like. I feel like we need to take a step back in the relationship and breathe and figure out what it is we're really looking for. Okay? We need to figure this out. I'm feeling all sorts of uncertainty, lots of questions, lots of looking ahead too far, okay? And you need to come back and get back into the now, the present moment, and just focus on what's happening right now. Because when you get too far ahead of yourself, that's when things start going crazy in your mind. And it'll get harder and harder and harder because you're letting your emotions get taken away based on something that may or may not happen, okay? So we need to step back and take a breath. And with this breath, I feel there's some clarity with that, where all of a sudden things are easier for you to understand. Okay? Are you still communicating with your relationship person?
I'm married to him and I don't want to be.
Yeah, I don't mean to laugh. That sounded really bad. But I understand where you are. Okay? I understand where you are. Because there seems to be this place of breathing space to figure out what's going on. Okay, so I recommend, based on what he's showing me, to take that time. There is no rush, okay? So take your breathing space, figure it out, do what you have to do. He's more concerned about you being happy, okay? You don't have to continue doing something, trying to make something work if it's not right for you. Okay, and I'm not telling you what to do, okay? I'm not going to tell you to do anything. But that's what he's telling me. He wants you to do what's going to make you happy, okay? And I think the breathing space will be helpful because it'll give you some time to just, I really have to figure out what I want. He's also talking about you journaling, so I want to make sure I mention that. If you're not writing your thoughts down, make sure you do, because it's really easy to look back and then see, okay, I've written the same thing for, 16 weeks. I got to take care of this, and that will help you make decisions on what you have to do to move forward. Now, the job situation, I do want to touch on that before I get to my next caller. The job situation, I do feel you looking for something, okay? I feel a job coming in. It does not feel as though it's the top choice, shall we say. It feels like it will do. It's going to be a job that will do, and that's fine. Take a job that will do, because you need that feeling, you need that security, you need that schedule, okay, of having that plan. So something will be coming up, okay, and fairly soon, actually, within the next few months, easily, okay? So, whew, goodness me. Yes, okay, this man, before I let him go, he's telling me how much he loves you, and he wants me to encourage you and tell you it's going to be okay, and he's got your back, basically, okay? So he's going to be helping you out from the other side. They do like to do that. So he will be helping you out from the other side.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to have to let you go so I can move on to my next person. But thank you so much, Rebecca, and I wish you the best of luck with everything.
Thank you so much. You were right on point. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, and that was Rebecca in Florida, and now we're going to move to Agopi in Ontario, Canada. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Did I even say your name anywhere close?
Close. Agapi.
Agapi? Sorry. You know,
okay.
What can I do?
It's okay. It's a hard one.
I kind of like it, though. It feels like a love name to me. It has that love vibration to it. Now, is there something in particular you're looking for tonight, or just whatever comes in?
Well, my uncle just passed away 2 weeks ago, and we weren't talking at that time. It was a shock to the family, so I'm just wondering if there's any messages, and even if it's too early.
You know, I've had people come in who had literally just passed, like the day before. And so they can come in if they want to. Now, I'm going to describe a man, and we'll see if it is him. He does feel like an uncle to me, but if it doesn't sound like him, then it won't be him, okay? So we won't try to make it fit, okay? But this man, do you happen to know, I feel him on the taller, well, of course you know this part, but the next part you won't know, maybe. I feel him on the taller side, okay? 5'10", 5'11". Was he on the taller side?
Yes.
Okay, now did he happen to have, do you happen to know if he had something going on in his lower back, in the hip area, kidney area, that kind of thing?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay, because I'm feeling a bit of that with him. I'm getting an interesting personality with him, because I can see like two different sides of him. Okay, I can see he can be quite charming, and I can see he can be a little bit more not charming. How was that for tactful? Because I can see there's... Okay, I can see some charisma with him that is very lovely, but it only comes out at certain times. He does feel as though he's rather up and down as well. Emotionally, and you know, I do believe that I do have him here, and as I'm talking to him, okay, as I touch in with him even closer, I feel him coming in, and I feel a certain sense of frustration before he passes. Okay, I feel as though things weren't going so well before he passes. Do you know if he was having some problems before he passes?
We weren't talking.
So you don't really know that. Okay, maybe somebody else will know. You know, he's got, there's a lot of energy with him about not really wanting to let people in so well. Also, a lot of energy of protecting himself. I don't feel as though he shared a lot with a lot of people. So I don't feel as though people really knew what was going on in his head sometimes. You know, it's like he protects himself. He's hiding himself. There's a lot of, I want to call it self-esteem here, where I feel as though he's very sensitive, and that's how he hides it, by keeping himself to himself. He gives me the impression he passes with very little warning, like none. And he's also given me the impression that there were some things left unsaid and not finished. Okay, he gives me the impression there's paperwork that's not finished. That things he should have had them a little bit more under control, but they're not. Okay, he's also talking about he wants to apologize for having caused people pain, because he gives me the impression that there were some situations, obviously you said that you guys weren't talking, but there's more than just that. But he wants to apologize for that because he says he was unreasonable. He says he was illogical, and he apologizes for that. In his brief, yes, and his brief time on the other side, I can tell there has been some evolution, because his energy is not the same as it was when he was in the physical. You know, he shows me that, but it's not the same. And he tells me too that he feels so much better. He really feels so much better. He feels like protected now and safe. It's important for him to feel safe. And he's telling you to please share with your family, his family, everyone, how much he truly does love everyone. And he's so sorry he did not say these things before he passed. He said he was stupid, okay? So he said he was stupid, and he should not have been that way. And he is so sorry for that. And he, more than anything in the world right now, I'm getting so strongly now, like my whole body is actually tingling. He wants me to make sure I tell you how much he loves everyone, and it is so important to him if you could share that with everyone.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Good. Okay. Now, yes, he's in a lovely place right now. Okay. And he says he wants to thank you, too, for allowing him to come in and talk with you today. Okay, so I'm going to have to let you go because I'm running out of time. I'm so sorry, but it was so nice talking to you.
Thank you.
And I'm so sorry to hear about him passing, too.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yes, okay, goodbye. And that was Agape from Canada. And I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. And isn't it amazing how our spirits will come in to help provide hope and healing to us? Now this week, remember just to protect yourself from those jerks out there. You don't need their energy. Keep your own energy. It'll be so much better for you. And thank you so much for listening. You can reach me at psychicmediumcolleen.com and on Facebook, Medium Coach Colleen van der Zijden. And I will talk to you next week. Goodbye.
Is it pretty?
Daddy.
It's pretty.
Maybe I'll say
Hey, look, it's those guys.
What's up? What's happening today?
Let's do them pearly whites, man.
Yeah! The boys, check it out. Stand up to my terrorists, don't compare it to
Ooh, cute.
Are you good to drive?
I'm fine.
Hey girl, what's down with the name? What's good? What's up?
How many did you have?
I should be fine.
You should be.
Sir, go and step out of the vehicle for me.
Yes, sir. See ya, buddy. Today Sean's got a hearing. We'll see how it goes. Good luck. So it turns out, buzz driving and drunk driving, they're the same thing. And it costs around $10,000. It's so not worth it.
You are listening to Sensitive Soul Radio with Sheila Kay, and we are on Ask One Radio, the world's #1 psychic radio network, and Moonstruck TV. Now, I am so excited today. Two things that I'm excited about. The first thing is I have a guest for you today. So I have the lovely Christina Kalis, who I'm going to bring on in a moment, and she's going to tell us all about her and how she works and what she does, and then she's going to take 2 calls as well. As if we've got time for 2 calls though, because we're going to be chatting to her for a little bit. And the other thing that I am really excited about today is I have had delivery of my cards, my Sensitive Soul wisdom cards are here today. They came today, and I've just opened them, and I'm just going to let you have just a very quick look at them, and then I'm going to bring on Christina. So there they are. My cards are here. Look at them. I can't wait to start using them. And if you want to get hold of a copy, you can at www.sensitivesoulwisdomcards.com. So, right, we're going to speak to Christina now. So, hi, Christina, are you there?
Congratulations on your card.
Yeah, that's my card.
That's wonderful, wonderful. It's a big thing, isn't it? So just congratulations, and thank you for having me on as well.
You're very, very welcome. So, Christina, I'm going to find out a little bit about you. So, your business is called Unleashing Aphrodite. How did that come about, Christina?
Well, I could go into feminism and the whole psychology of it, but that would probably take about 10 radio shows. So because this is Sensitive Soul Radio, I'd like to talk about the spirit of Aphrodite for a minute. Is that okay?
Of course it is, yeah.
Yeah, well, Aphrodite is the ancient Greek goddess of love and magic and pleasure and beauty. And her spirit, the essence of Aphrodite, which is love and union, has been diminished. Even though it looks like all our songs are about love, especially country songs, and that we're all looking for love and so forth, the actual spirit of Aphrodite has been relegated to a much lower level. And she is about union. She's not just about love-making. She's not just about romance and finding the guy or finding the girl. This is about union and having the feminine, pure feminine power to show up in union in a way that brings the mirth and the reverence to it. The counterpart, if you will, to the warrior, to the hunter. And throughout especially a couple of thousand years now, the feminine, even though there's a revival of it and we want to embrace the feminine arts and so forth, there's still an underlying, almost subconscious and very subtle belief that the feminine, to be feminine is to be weaker. And nothing could be further than the truth. And Aphrodite is a perfect example of this because she is pure feminine energy. She is about love. But also, she was the only Greek goddess that was neither a virgin or violated. She chose her lovers. And she was a mother. And she was a wife as well, and you know, and she was all about love. You didn't mess with her. I mean, if you called her fat, she would burn your cows. You know, so it's really about bringing that feminine energy back in full force, and from that place of love, creating union, and with the divine, with other people, with your lover, with everybody in the world, and to unleash that power within us, both in women and men. And that's what it's about in a very, very short explanation of it. And it's obviously much deeper than that. But as far as the spirit of Aphrodite, I think a lot of people listening will get that.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely amazing. So, how do you weave that in then? What you know, you're intuitive as well, I understand. So, how do you weave your intuitive side in with the Aphrodite? Tell me about that.
Well, the masculine energy, and I use masculine and feminine as energies, not as genders, not as male and female. Okay. And some people like yin and yang, but I like masculine and feminine because it works for me. So the masculine is very linear and very logical. It's the square, it's the ruler, it's tangible, it's measurable. And the feminine is organic and flowing and intuitive. And And it is, again, one of the feminine arts which can be accessed by men as well. And so being intuitive goes hand in hand with Aphrodite. It's listening to that inner voice, connecting with our soul, really, isn't it? So it ties in perfectly. As you know yourself, it's very difficult to access your intuition when you're doing maths, for example. It's a different, even your brain waves are different. So yes, they tie in so perfectly. And most people, when they come to work with me, and especially for an intuitive reading, almost everybody comes in because of love. They have questions around love. So,
excellent. I'm sure we're going to have some questions on love tonight then. So, when did you first realise you were psychic?
Probably like most people when I was a child. I have two distinct memories. You know yourself. I have two distinct memories. And my father is a brilliant storyteller. And I remember him telling me all these amazing stories. He brought nature to life. He anthropomorphized nature. We'd drive by houses and he would tell me stories about Mrs. Wolf and Mr. Fox and living in the houses and that the flowers had a spirit of their own, not to pop their heads off because their mothers would cry, and things like that. And it just woke up that voice, that intuition. And the other memory was actually in church. I was quite young, and I just remember being in church, and because of the sacred space of it and the quietness of it, I just remember having visions of things that later happened, and I was quite young, very young.
Okay. Right, so that leads me into story streaming, because on your website I noticed you had something called story streaming. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Story streaming ties in intuition and story and NLP and hypnosis and meditation and a whole bunch of other scrumptious things. See, for fun, I write romance novels. That is one of my passions. Story is my passion. And I've studied story quite extensively. So my whole life, I feel, has been gearing up to create this method called story streaming. So when I do story streaming with somebody, I take their desires. I'm manifesting in law of attraction. That's very important. That's in there too. So when somebody comes along and wants a story stream, I take their desires and then I start telling a story. And I never know at the beginning how it's going to end as I walk through the story with them. And I tap into intuition. So there's intuitive reading tied in there with it. And it's a story about them, and it's quite personalized. So as I start to tell the story of the things they want to manifest, intuitive hits come along. And I weave them right in, and they get a very personalized story. That's when people do it one-on-one, but I've started creating story streams in recorded format as well. So there are two, because there are themes, aren't there, Sheila, where people need a new story, or they need to let go of an old story, such as ghosting, which happens quite a bit in dating, how to heal from ghosting, or heal from a breakup. And even though it's recorded and it's for everybody, as you walk through it, you personalize it for yourself as you do. And I think some people that listen start to get their own intuitive hits, because we want to awaken souls. Sure, don't we? That's the theme of your show, and the theme of the radio station is to awaken people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that story streaming does that, and it's fun. It's good fun as well.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, actually. So how do you work then? So tell me, you know, if you have a client, how do you work with them? What's the sort of things that you would be doing with them?
Well, I'm a therapist as well, a clinical therapist, hypnotherapist and talk therapy. So sometimes it starts there sometimes, but eventually it also comes back to intuition. Somebody can come for therapy and eventually they'll want intuition. So people can come in and get a very short, like a laser intuitive session. We can do a story stream. I do full day healing days, activate your inner Aphrodite days. I do workshops teaching people how to read tarot, how to tap into their intuition, past life regression, anything that really helps people create the union between soul and mind and body. I'm a mind, body, soul hypnotherapist is my official title. But I've worked as a psychic creator for, I don't know, I've done thousands of them over the phone and in person, you know, over the years. I started it in university, actually, Sheila. I had my wee one there, and he was quite young, and I needed to work as well as go to university, and it was something I could do from home, and I thought, I know how to do this, so I did. And that's how it started for me, working on the lines during university, and went on to actually manage one of the largest psychic lines in Ireland at one point.
Wow, that's amazing.
So it's really, you know how it's just part of your life. It's just part of who you are. You don't even think about it.
I know,
You're asking these questions. So it's very much. There are many entry points to how I work with people and how they come to me, and it's all about empowering them and helping them be the most of themselves, their authentic self, for them to remember who they are and where they came from. Hugely important.
Oh, lovely. So we can't actually take any callers actually while we've got you on the line. So we're going to carry on chatting with you, if that's all right. Are you okay with that if we just carry on chatting with you?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll tell you, I could talk for Ireland, Sheila, but I've been keeping them a little bit short so we'd have time for callers. But yes, I could talk about anything as long as we're on, of course. Yes.
Yeah. So what I want to ask is, so just take me through kind of what's the most kind of common things that people would come to you for, because you know you're dealing with love. So where are people when they come to you, when they find you? What's kind of going on for them?
Well, usually it is because there are uncertainties, anxiety beyond uncertainty, anxiety around their love life. Because the person they are seeing or have started dating or sometimes are in a deep relationship with, they just don't know what's going on. Because dating today, to get started on this subject, I think we're in the middle of a dating apocalypse, Sheila. It's not pretty out there. I was just editing a recording of a master class that I did, and somebody interviewed me during this master class because it's just an easy format, just like we are now. And the name of the master class is "If This Is Love, Why Do I Feel So?" I'll just spell it out: S-H-I-T-E. Why do I feel so bad? Is the polite term. Or why do I feel so anxious? And that's the thing that people come to me about. This is supposed to be honest romance. Why is this happening? And the reason why is because we no longer really have social and community accountability for behaviors, and people are treating each other like they're disposable, like a shopping trip. Dating's become a shopping trip, and the apps, most people meet online now, and it's like an online catalog. So Aphrodite is calling her every day, please, let's bring the romance back. Let's all of us become soulful guardians of love, or guardians of soulful love, if you prefer. And that's how it starts. People are anxious, and eventually we get to personal empowerment. We work through that. They leave more empowered. I help them tap into that spirit of soulful love and a higher level of romance, so they can lift themselves up, and in doing so, hopefully do the same with the people around them. So if we do, one by one, if we do this, the landscape, the romantic landscape, will lift again. Because it's like a battlefield. There are a lot of people. You probably hear that yourself, don't you, Sheila?
I do, yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of unhappiness out there with relationships, I have to say, and that is one of the most common things that I'm doing readings on, is relationships. People, they're just not finding the one anymore. It just doesn't seem to be there, does it?
It is, because it's so quick. People are treating each other as disposable, unfortunately. And it's not because people are bad, it's because, it's just become acceptable, just like everything. If somebody starts doing it, then somebody else, everybody's doing it, then it becomes normal. And I was telling a story in that master class out. It was 19 years ago, where I was stood up on a date by a boy I met through friends. And because he did this, he was my friend's parents, and they all lived in the same town in up north in Northern Ireland. Because he did this, my friend's parents really let him have it. He lost work because of it, because he wasn't seen as reliable. There was social accountability. And now today, if somebody, like a woman said, well, I had a date with this guy and he stood me up, nobody would think twice. It'd say, it happens. And it's just what the matter is, So this is the call right now, the call for us to make love sacred again, to give each other a bit of time as well. Do you find as well, when people do come to you for readings, that it's quick? I don't know, Sheila, can you still hear me?
Yeah. So, hello? What would be your top... I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Christina, are you still there? I think we may have lost Christina. So I'm going to... I'll tell you what I'm going to do. While we try and get Christina back, because she has disappeared. Right, okay, so here are my new cards, as I said, and I'm going to shuffle, and I'm going to give a reading for the rest of the week with my new sensitive soul cards. So here they are. So excited. Look at the back of them, the Phoenix. Right, so I'm going to take 3 cards for the rest of the week for everybody. So the first one I have is, in fact, I don't know if you can see it there, but it's meditation. So meditate to de-stress and connect to divine inspiration and clarify your thoughts. So, I feel that a lot of people at the moment, we're so muddled, and, we've got so much going on in our lives. We never sit down to clear ourselves, to get clear. So, meditation is the key for the following week. And we have Christina back now. Hello, Christina.
Hello. Yes, I think the line just up there as it does when we start activating energy.
So what I wanted to ask you actually, what would be your top tips for someone looking for love now? I mean, you bring the law of attraction into it, so what could someone do to bring in that right person? You know, what would be your top tips?
Strengthen your own self-esteem, your own confidence, find your center, meditate every day, remember how much of a sacred soul and human being you are. Strengthen yourself. Strengthen yourself. Most of the work is around that. Yes, strengthen yourself. Remember how strong you are and how strong you can be. Just find your center. Because when you do, you show up differently in the world, and you attract more. But more importantly, you're happy. You're happier. You feel safe. You're not going to be overcome by someone else's behavior, and you create then your reality. And it's not luck. It's really, I tried, I went 3 years without makeup. I did the social experiment, because I do that. I do these experiments sometimes because I really want to understand. You know, I don't talk about anything that I haven't tried myself. So I went 3 years without makeup to see if it would make a difference. And I can honestly say that while it's nice, you know, self-adornment is a beautiful thing, but attraction comes from energy more than it does from looks. Looks, of course, matter as well, because people have preferences, but it's really about energy. So strengthen that energy.
That's really interesting, because a lot of people don't actually think to do that, do they? To strengthen their own energy, because it's all law of attraction, isn't it? And I totally agree with. I mean, just while we were trying to get you back, I pulled up one of my cards, and the card that I got was meditation, and that's exactly what you kind of spoke about. So that fitted in quite nicely there. So what if someone is really struggling to attract? Say they've got a fixation on someone, and that person's not coming forward. What's happening there? Why are they pushing them away? Can you give some insight on that?
I'm sorry, Sheila, do you mind repeating that, please? Because the line cut out there a wee bit.
Okay, no problem. So what if someone is, they're desperate for this certain person to come into their life, but they won't, they're not stepping forward. Is it their energy that is pushing them away, would you say?
Do you mean if they have their eye on a very specific person, or just
totally specific person? No one else. It's specific.
It's sometimes simply. I mean, I like to keep things simple, and sometimes simply the person just may not be interested, or they may not know that there is interest there. It can be as simple as that. However, things can change quite often, and the more confident we are in ourselves, the higher our self-esteem, the more attractive we become. It is a very, very straightforward equation. Now, when we are really high in our self-esteem, when we are confident, when we are in touch with Source as well, because I think a lot of people listening probably are quite in touch with Source and have some sort of relationship with Source. When we are in touch with Source, we have less attachment. That attachment then disempowers us, you see. So when it's a very specific person, and we are fixated on that person, and it has to be, we can't control what that person does. And therefore our power is given away. Now you can still love this person without as much attachment. So what I would say, Sheila, what I'm about to say really has changed my life, is to make the first relationship, for those who are spiritually inclined, make the first relationship with Source, or God, or Goddess.
Okay, that makes so much sense, and it has been an absolute pleasure. We're just about to run out of time now. That's been so lovely talking to you. How can people get hold of you, Christina, if they want to work with you or have a reading or a chat with you? How can people contact you?
iAphrodite.com is my website, so www.iAphrodite.com, and I have a 20-minute laser reading that if people want to do that, and it's quite accessible, so I love doing those, so anybody that wants one, so welcome. Thank you for having me, Sheila.
Thank you
I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. And we're almost out of time now, so thank you, Christina, for talking and chatting about Aphrodite and love. And you can reach me at www.sheilak-psychic.com or www.sensitivesoulwisdomcards.com. I'm on Facebook as well as SheilaKadirSensitiveSoul.com. So yeah, we'll speak to you next week, and I'll be doing some readings with you next week. So thank you for listening, and bye bye for now, my beautiful sensitive souls. Bye bye.
It's me, Artie. Come see what I collected from the Creative Galaxy in my idea box.
Transform your world.
Will you help me make art?
Each one of our journeys keeps us.
Before you throw it away,
Hey, I have an idea.
think outside the box.
We'll never get older. Each one
Go be amazing!
Give your cardboard box another life. Recycle.
Being prepared is a part of who you are, but it's especially important in the case of a disaster. Be informed about possible emergencies in your area. Make a plan that covers where you'll go in an emergency. Build a kit with the things you need to survive. There's no one more capable of planning for your situation than you. Start your plan today. Go to ready.gov/myplan.
It's Misha Amy Angels, August 4th. Hi friends, it's Amy Angels and welcome. Here we are, another week. We're midway now through June, and a lot of topics to talk about today. There's been a lot of emotions, lessons, all those type of things being pushed up and shown to people in various ways. And as you know, with the spiritual intelligence, my mission is to share with you what I'm going through, and people who let me share with you what they're also going through, just to highlight it's not just me. I'm not alone. It's not just you. And that's what I really want to talk about as we create the community of awareness around our spiritual development and spiritual intelligence. So, as I always like to do at the beginning, just give you a quick synopsis of, we say, what has been for the past week for me. I'm in Melbourne still, and I'm on my last week. I'm on the last week here in Melbourne, and it's been pushing up huge emotions in me. There's been a lot of stuff. I remember at the beginning of June, I spoke about there will be a lot of spiritual breakthroughs, and that translates to awareness during the month of June. And I, for one, have been feeling that tremendously during the past week, and very much so given that I'm moving, we say, back towards Europe. I'm going via China, as I've spoken about, and just things that I know that I've got to settle. There's a few things that have been pushed up that I cannot ignore anymore, and things that I need to tidy up on an emotional level. And that pushes up tremendous emotions. Anybody will feel that. So for me, it's been really about taking stock of what it is and how I'm going to do it. I'm putting it out there, the energy that, you know, it's going to be okay. You know, this has to be met, the emotions, the circumstances, and how I can actually bring myself to it and how I can actually work with what I will bring up. So as always, as I support that, I know I'm not alone. I know I've been talking to people here during the past few days, and yeah, the emotions are being really pushed up to the forefront. So as I always do, I'd like to start with picking out a card for this week from the inspirational cards, because we're all needing that. If you're here, you're connecting with A1R Psychic Radio, you're looking for readings, you're looking for inspiration, for direction, there's a reason you're actually hearing what I'm going to talk about right now. So I'm going to pick from the pack of cards as always, and it's for everybody. It's a generic card for all of us. And look at this. Time to leave your comfort zone. That's just so and so with what I just said. I mean, time to leave your comfort zone. Yes, I know that. It's very much about, you know, what we are facing into at the moment. As I talked about with all the, you know, spiritual awareness and alignments and what we're driving towards. So there's a couple of areas I'd like to talk about today. One, I just want to talk about addictions. Okay, so when I say the word addiction, what does that stir up in you? Do you automatically think about alcohol or drugs? What about sugar? What about food? What about behaviors? Certain behaviors that when we're triggered. And that's just an area I would just like us to give some thought on, and it's something I'm going to build on in time through examples, and maybe some people will talk about it. So one of the things I have found in the past couple of weeks, you know, and I can put my hand up to this as well, and somebody put a post on Facebook just the other day about their awareness of it, and they were talking about sugar cravings. How when you feel, let's use the word unloved, not good enough, you know, being stressed. I mean, think of work, think of your daily life. You're stressed and you're just feeling you're not heard, which is a big factor going on at the moment. What do? Where do you go to? And this person put up the post, and, you know, I can put my hand up and say, yes, that is me also. And I remember when I got to the point of being so aware of what I call the treats cupboard and how I was going to it, and it didn't matter how quickly I made the bar of chocolate disappear or the biscuits. And if you're sitting there right now and you've got the biscuits or the chocolate, just take a moment. I'm not finger pointing at you, but maybe just take a moment to, why am I eating this? Is this a habit? Is there an emotion behind it? And I made the point to this person the other day, when I work with people and they're talking about addictions and obviously, you know, the treats. And I said, when you go to that cupboard, or is it the fridge? For some people it could be cheese. It could be you just constantly go and you're eating cheese. Put a sticker. Put a sticker on the cupboard or the box where you keep the treats, and just onto that write, what emotion am I feeding? Or another way to put it is, what emotion am I trying to numb? So think about that. Does that make you feel uncomfortable to think about it, first and foremost? Do you feel guilty thinking about it? If you have a pen and a piece of paper, write down those initial feelings. And that's where you start. So if you can just bring the awareness, just acknowledge. First step, acknowledging. This is how I cope with stress. It could be the glass of wine or the beers, or it could be drugs, or it could be over-the-counter drugs. You know, you have to deal with pain. What is it for you? I know for me, when I became aware of it, and very recently too, I've been challenged with it even here in the recent weeks, of watching it with people and thinking, oh my gosh, what is that replacing, first of all? You know, for some people is, you know, they might have given up drugs and now they're eating sugar. You know, and sugar is such, you know, the brain realizes, I want more, so feed me more. And then after a while, there's this, what I call a snap feeling in you, and it's like, no more. And then you do good, you're back on track, and then something again triggers you. So what I'm trying to do with this series is bring awareness to what triggers me. Where do I feel it? You know, so for me, this particular week, you know, the emotions have been very much about, okay, you know, I've got to go back and settle some things and tidy up some things, you know, particularly on an emotional level, and things I probably should have done before, but there is no before. This is the right time. This is the time, as the card said, time to leave your comfort zone and really just embrace what's to happen. So maybe that is you. Maybe it is time for you to look at, you know, what is my comfort zone? Is the chocolate? Is the hot chocolate? You could be drinking a hot chocolate if you're in a cool part of the world, or the biscuits. What is it feeding? What is the emotion? But as I said, write down the words that it's giving to you. You know, are you feeling guilty? Are you feeling shame? Are you feeling, or maybe you're feeling the emotion, or it's the memory. It's I get this feeling when I think about, and put in the rest. So then, I spoke earlier at the start of these shows, what are your tools to help you cope? You know, so do you go for a crystal healing session? Do you go for IAT, massage? Do you go and talk to a therapist? You know, for me, one of my favorite things, as I've told you, is crystal support, etc., and things like that. Another one that I love to do is EFT, Emotional Freedom Technique. So that's tapping on the points. Again, go to YouTube. You will find, put in tapping for, excuse me, and put in the emotion. Is it for overeating? Is it for shame? Put in the word, put in a search, and just see, what are you drawn to? And you might do so much yourself, but I will always say you need to, for certain breakthroughs, you will need to go and talk to a practitioner. You know, there's various details on that. I do that too via Skype as well. So if you want to contact, please go to my Facebook page, which is Life of Amy. Connect with me there, like the page, and we can message, etc., and things like that. But also, you know, it could be holding a crystal. It could be getting some energy work done on you. You know, in IET, which is Integrated Energy Therapy. So we do healing with the energy of angels. And we use the expression, let's get the issues out of the tissues. Because remember, everything is imprinted. You know, even the babies in the womb take in information. They store memories. So, you know, you often think, oh, should they forget about that? They won't remember that. The emotional impact is stored in the tissues. So it shows itself up at a very later stage in life, which could be, it could be 40 years later. You know, so for me, what I find is this particular past few days, you know, it's my crystals. You know, I've spoken about kyanite, which is the crystal for 2017, and the support. And, you know, I have it so close to me all the time. If it's not next to me in the bed locker, it's in my handbag, just to give me that additional support at working through and allowing these emotions to come to the surface, and really saying, okay, how can I deal with it, and how am I supporting myself? And I'm not alone. Like, I've been talking to people who are on the spiritual development path and the challenges that they're facing this week. And I made a comment just yesterday, I think it was, you know, we are consciously aware of what is happening and of what we have to face, the emotions, etc., the situations that are coming down the track, but we have no control over how it will impact us as we go along. Many people are not aware. So they have that extra stress, as I call it, of thinking, it must be just me. Nobody else is talking about this. You know, I must be crazy. I attract this. It is on a global scale. It is everywhere. I've been talking to people here in Melbourne, in the Middle East, in Ireland, and they're all talking about the same thing. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling very emotional. This is happening. My body is showing me this. So you're not alone. That's what I want to get across to you today. You are not alone. You are a part of this global community, which is going through massive changes, really being pushed on it. So just allow yourself, just really, if you can, spend a moment and take a deep breath. And just look at, what is it I go to? What is it sitting around me at the moment? You know, there could be some food, there could be some, you know, is this an everyday thing? Or it may not be, but what else could it be? It could be a behavior. Look at that as well. And be kind to yourself as you acknowledge it. I found just this past week here in Melbourne, the Mind, Body, Spirit Festival was on, and I was a little bit not inclined to go because I have been to it in recent months, and the energy of it was just yuck. That's the word I can only describe it as, yuck. So for me, as a consciously aware person, of feeling that going in, somebody who is unconsciously aware and is so interested in going to, oh, it's Mind, Body, Spirit, let's go get readings, let's go get crystals, or learn something about what they talk about in the various talk rooms, performance stages, etc. People were getting so sick they would just turn around and walk back out. So I popped in on Saturday just to check the energy, and the energy was good. It had shifted, it had changed. So I went back in on the Monday to spend time there on my own and really just connect. For me, I'm connecting, as you know, with crystal shops, crystal people who are interested in learning about the Divine Essence Crystal Healing system. Who wants to become a crystal healing practitioner? They were there from Perth, Brisbane, Canberra, Sydney, all over Australia. They had come to this, and for me it was great to see the volume of crystals that were on offer, the amount of different people who had come in from different states here, and I can honestly tell you the vibration had changed in that Mind, Body, Spirit Festival. What I also noticed was some of the more holistic practitioners had come back, so the colleges where you can go and learn. Maybe it's something you've been thinking about, which is why I'm bringing this up now. So the kinesiology college were back. The massage colleges were back. Advertising. I hadn't seen them at recent ones. I was just there just a few months ago in November. So very interesting to see the shift that is moving towards the really holistic approach of what people are needing. So of course, I can honestly tell you that at those crystal stands, it was 3 and 4 people deep. People searching for, you know, I need a crystal for this. And I just got chatting to people within the shops that were there and telling them about, oh, do you know this is the crystal for Kyanite came up. It's the crystal for 2017. It's helping us speak our truth, being honest, supporting us with all the changes that we're going through. We talked about various other crystals as well. And talking to the shop owners, they were really happy to be there. Purely from the point of view of, for many it was a return, but for many it was their first time being at it, and they loved the vibration. For those who were returning, they could sense the change in the vibration as well. So maybe for you, you've been putting off going to such a place in recent years because of the change. I know I was doing a talk on Saturday morning and nobody at the talk wanted to go to the MBS. It's off, the energy is off. And I thought, okay, that's interesting how they've been feeling that, whereas now there's a shift. There really is a shift happening for us. So maybe for you, maybe today, tomorrow for you, you can go and book something for yourself. Maybe you're going to, there is a festival on this weekend where there are healers that you could try something new. Maybe you're open to it. That's why you're hearing this now. Some things that you've never tried before, but you're hearing this word IET, you're hearing crystal healing. Maybe it's just go to a shop. And if you are going into a crystal shop, go in devoid of, oh, I'm going in for a crystal to support me with name and emotion. I always describe it as go into a crystal healing shop and just look. Look at the colours, look at what's in front of you, and be drawn. You will be drawn by the colour first. And then go and search for that and feel the crystals. And sometimes, for me, on one of the stands that I was at on Monday, I picked up a crystal. And the rush of energy that went through me, it caught my breath. So for me, I thought, okay, this is very interesting how that might happen to you. It might be, Or you might get teary-eyed. You might break out in tears, but you might get teary-eyed and you pick up certain crystals. I know that can happen to me. That's the crystal for you. But so don't be swayed by, oh, I need a crystal for anxiety. It might be a crystal for anger you actually need first. Heal that to get to the anxiety level. So you look at triggers. Or it could be a case of you might have a deck of cards, crystal cards and things like that. Pick a card. What is it? Sit with it. Do you meditate? We spoke about this as well. You know, for many people with the busy lifestyle that everybody is going through at the moment between, you know, full-time jobs, full-time working within the home, and etc., it's hard to find time. And I always talk about if you can just find 1 minute, and while breathing in, count to 5, and breathing out, count to 5. And do that 10 times. You've meditated, that's it. So if you can pick a card, or even later as you go and rest, you might think of this card that I picked. You know, time to leave your comfort zone. What does that mean to you? What does it make you feel? Just sit with it for 1 minute. And you've done it. Just give yourself the grace to have that time. So another thing I wanted to talk about as well this week was how we are all moving towards embracing the rest of the year. So how are you going to do that? You know, you're looking for answers, you're asking questions. So what does it mean to you? Have you really reflected, which I've been talking about for the past few weeks, on what is my life contract? How can I really embrace my life purpose? What is it I want to do? For many of us, you know, we've moved away from the corporate world and challenged by moving into what we are passionate. And the fears are coming in then as well in relation to, yesterday, I'll give you this example of me. I was thinking, oh my gosh, do I have to go back and get an administration job? Should I do that? And I thought about it for a few minutes and I was going, that would actually kill my soul. That's the only way I can describe it. It would kill my soul. And then, so funny, somebody actually put up a post, and I'm just looking here at this now at the moment, and was talking about how the old fears are creeping up. And it's like sucking you back. And I was like, are you going to lose your focus? The test is here. That's what this week is very much about. And we're being, you know, somebody said we're being coaxed. You know, you're making a choice. How are you going to speak up? How do you want to do this? And I remember just here, and I keep hearing the word responsibility. You know, I'm responsible for how this all goes. I'm responsible for my spiritual development. Nobody else. You know, I will always have the days where I'll question certain things, and then the other days it's just like, release, let the healing occur, let this just be. So, for you listening here now at the moment, or you might be watching on Facebook, that what is it? Like, what is really pushing your soul to be happy? And remember, if there was no judgment, nobody finger pointing, whatever, what would you do? What would you choose to do with your life? How would you make an impact? How can you make a difference? And now think about, how would that make you feel by making an impact, making a difference, you know, and sharing your gift, because you have that gift. You know, somebody put up a Facebook post recently about a first quilt she made 3 or 4 years ago, and I went, the start of another gift, because this woman is amazing on the loom and she makes these beautiful scarves and everything, and here she is, she started quilting. She must have made at least, I have to say, at least 30-40 quilts since then. The passion, how her creativity grows, you know, and the love she puts into everything she's doing. So how would you do it? Maybe for you it's a business from home. You know, maybe you're gifted with doing things with your hands. Maybe you're gifted with listening. Maybe you want to go back to college and you're thinking, I can't do this. I'm too old. No way. You know, you're never too old. You know, I love reading stories about people who are inspired and they learn how to drive in their 70s, 80s. They learn how to use a computer in their 80s. I have such respect and I get inspired by those people, and I think, because I would always say I'm not technically minded. I prefer to feel things, and I don't like that part of the brain. So when I'm challenged and I have to work at things on my iPod or my phone, I think to myself, I can do this. You know, we all have to learn. Remember, when we came into this life, you know, we knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew what our contract was. We knew what we'd agreed to do, but we forgot everything. Remember, we had to learn how to sit up, how to walk, how to use a knife or fork. And remember that. We had to learn right from the basics. So if you're being challenged and you're thinking, okay, what is it I want to do? What's my passion? What can I really look at? You know, some people I've met here, they're thinking, I think I'm going to go back to college. And they've done a lot in college already, but they're actually going to add a fun aspect of it, like to dance or something like that. Who knows where it will take you? Please do not limit yourself. Do not limit your own abilities or your beliefs. And just remember, just go and look in the mirror and think, what is it you want to do? What is it you want to show the world and let shine? For me, it's sharing all of this. You know, it's sharing what is spiritual intelligence. You know, it's teaching people how to become a Divine Essence Crystal Healing practitioner, an IET practitioner. It's about showing people that you actually have the power. It's in you. I promise you, you have the gift. Many of you listening who are, you know, sending in requests to have readings and everything done, you have the ability. You can actually tune in and give readings to people. And you're thinking right now, going, no way. Yes, you can. You know, you have to start somewhere. So where do you start? You know, you can start by listening to someone like this. You start by listening to some of the other shows that are available and finding your niche, finding your area.
Pictures of him, he just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thank you for joining me. Tonight, I'm so excited to be switching up the format of my show. Last week, during the new moon in Gemini, I was guided to start doing weekly predictions for all viewers and listeners of my show who participate live and who follow me on YouTube for the archived shows that I typically post the day after. The forecasting week will run Thursday to Thursday, obviously, since I'm on Thursday night, so that's the week that I'll be discussing. I will be predicting what you may experience in the week ahead in your day-to-day life. Topics will include what you can expect as a general overall theme for the week, and then specific areas in love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. I'll still be sharing the moment of Zen and taking a live caller for a free psychic reading each week as well. Now, I want to be clear that not all predictions will apply specifically to you. So everyone is on their own journey, and some of you may be experiencing things during the week in all areas that I discuss. Some of you may only experience one or two areas, but the overall general theme will apply to the majority of you. So I feel like you'll be able to extract information out of all the things that I discuss that will apply to you and that will happen for you during the week. You know, again, it's not an exact science, and everything that comes through for me, I still have to interpret and translate it into what I think it may and how it may apply to you. So I
I think it's going to be great. Like, I'm excited about it. I feel way better. I was getting bored with the themes and have started to feel a little tedious, and it's a psychic show. And I know a lot of times there's viewers and listeners that want to know some stuff for themselves that do not have the opportunity to be able to be a live caller. So I figured this way everybody gets a little bit of something. Now, I also want to begin giving messages next week. I'm not doing it tonight, but beginning next week, I'm going to start sharing messages from crossed over loved ones for all the listeners and viewers who subscribe to my YouTube channel. And I'll include those at the end of the predictions for the week. I'll give out messages that I receive. Now, it's really, really important that you go and subscribe in order to receive messages. So you'll need to go to my YouTube page, subscribe to it, because it's the only way that I could figure out how to filter out crossed over loved ones who actually have a message to share. Otherwise, I'm going to be bombarded by souls who simply want to hang out, they want to chat, or they want to harass me, or they're going to interfere with what it is I'm trying to provide to you. So again, it's important that you subscribe. So if you're into that and you have someone that passed away and you want to hear from them, please feel free to do that, and hopefully a message will come through for you. Before we get into the predictions for the week ahead, a couple of quick announcements. I try to get these out of the way before I get into the show because, once I get on with the live caller, Dave knows he's A1R's amazing producer. He has to cut me off. He's got to cut the cord because I will ramble and go on forever. So I try to get everything out of the way first so I can spend more time with the caller. So thank you all for your patience. In honor of also, if you're into learning how to manifest, I recently launched a 3-part self-paced series with or without coaching, totally up to you, different price points, and you can find more information on my website, askrebecca.guru, under the online course tab. Okay, so on to this week's predictions. Here's what you can expect for the week ahead. The overall theme of what you may experience is movement. Some of you will be experiencing this internally. It'll be more of a traveling inwardly where you'll experience a change for the better. So some of you will experience this externally, as in you'll be actually physically traveling of some sort, going somewhere, doing something. Now, those of you that are traveling inwardly, it is going to be for the better. So there will be some realizations. Overall, it's a good time for travel, period. So if you have some little trips you want to take, it's a good week to do that. There's also a sense of a slight reduction in stress for some of you. Things may not be perfect, but they'll feel less intense than they have in a while. Within the recent past, I feel like some of you, things have been really intense. Starting this week forward, it'll lighten up and it'll be a little less stressful for you. It won't be perfect, but it'll be better, and that's all that matters. Take time to breathe. There's also a feeling of getting your head back on straight and figuring out where you're going from here. And a change of scenery would be good. Take a walk around the park or something else that doesn't cost you any money if you have some financial issues. The main thing is the theme will be kind of a change of scenery. Now, the other theme that's an overall theme is strength. And that's more of a mind over matter type energy. And it's important right now for you to focus on what you want and not what you don't want. So the energy is, I feel like some of you are really going to be strong and you're going to conquer some fears. And you're going to figure out how to control impulses of all kinds. Some of you, I feel it's going to become more of a heightened awareness that you have a bunch of fears and you are kind of a control freak and you do have emotional outbursts and impulses and are reactive. So some of you will experience it a little bit differently. It's super important right now that you take some time for yourself and you contemplate whether or not you want to repeat the same old, or get unstuck by facing some of your fears. Overall, it feels outwardly most things are going all right. But again, it is going to be a little bit of a week of introspection and a week of maybe outwardly things happening within strength and movement and traveling. Now, work. So work-wise, for those of you that are employed and have a job, work should be going well this week. If there's room, I feel like some of you, there's going to be room for growth. And if that is you, if the place of your employment, if there's a job opportunity where you could move up the chain of command or get a raise, I feel like don't hesitate. Apply for that position and ask for what you're worth, because it's going to work out in your favor. It feels really positive, and I feel like just go for it. Now, if there's no upward mobility within your organization and the energy is still right to ask for a raise. Again, don't be afraid. Like, you'll be pleasantly surprised with the outcome.